Welcome, everyone. And Anna has a skip. Where'd all your comments go? Let me try to go back. Here you are. First of all, can everybody hear and see me okay? Thank you, Christine. There's someone's comment above Christine's. I can't see. All I see is patience and kind with the prayer hands. So I don't know why it's not letting me see the rest of the comment. So hello to whoever that is. Hi, Rachel. Hi, Wanita. Hi, Dawn. Dawn, it was a one of those readings where I don't know. Hey Dawn, do you know do you know the name Tony, by the way? Because Tony kept coming up in your reading. Yes, you know Tony? You will need a cigarette, some sage, and a bottle of wine for my readings. I felt like your reading was very clear, though. But I don't know why I kept getting the name Tony. Hi, Jamie. Thank you, my dear. By the way, you don't know any Tonys. Well, I have a feeling that's who you're going to meet then. I just have a feeling. Hi, Diane. All right. I started a little early because I saw that there were a few questions here, and I thought, let's get a jump on this so I can answer as many questions. I'm going to do a mix, just so everybody knows, of donated, because how could I not? I truly appreciate that. And just so you know, donations are, again, going to my daughter, who's a single mom, just trying to get through Christmas. Do you know what I mean? So I thank you, and she thanks you. So, well, she doesn't even know, unless she shows up here. I hope she does. So anyways, I'm going to get your questions, but I feel like first I want to open up this reading for all those of us who are here and those of us who may watch on replay or find this later on. Mother Mary, words of wisdom for the collective. For the collective. Wow. Okay. We got caring, and it jumped. Heaven cares for me, and I keep my heart open to caring about myself, others, and the world. Boy, I feel like we need that right now. Heaven cares for me, and I keep my heart open to caring about myself, others, and the world. So that is for the collective, and we'll put it, well, I have a feeling I'll end up knocking it off the table there, so let's move some stuff around. Gonna bring the lid down a little bit, and I'm gonna open up the readings, and I'm going to start with the Luminous Tarot, which I haven't used in a little while. So I'm going to try to go in order, guys. Though sometimes, this phone or it just jumps around. So I am going to try, though. So Christine and then Wanita. So Christine. Oh, dang it. I just went to commercial. Hang on. All right. No, I just lost it. Let me go back. All right. Christine, you've been a subscriber for my channel for over a year. Thank you. You are so tuned in and have the most spot on accuracy with me. Good. I'm glad. You know, I feel like I'm more of an energy reader than a tarot reader. But it's a combination of the two, I guess. You're a Sagittarius sun and Scorpio rising. You know, I remember Sagittarius's year, well, it was actually January, February, and March in review, and I think it was pretty good. Okay. Anyways, let me stop talking. You have a question, situation. You were hoping that I would have time today. Okay, now I'm trying to find your question. Hi, Christina with TENA. Hi, Joe. Hi, Jamie. Hi, Candy. How do you participate? Just type in a question. You know, you don't want to, like, these aren't going to be long readings, though. I always say that. So you do have to have patience because sometimes I do go into more detail. But I feel like if I do, it's needed. So Christine, I'm really waiting for your question. Christine Anderson. And then I am going to be doing or answering Wanita. All right. Well, you know what I'm going to do, Christine, until I get your question. I mean, maybe it's already here and I'm just not seeing it. Just says you have a question. Okay. So I'm going to start with Wanita. Anything in the cards for Wanita? And I'm starting with the Luminous Tarot. I feel like I brought the lid down a little too far. Let's give you a little bit more room there. Luminous Tarot, Wanita. Wanita. What's in the cards? What's in the energy? What should Wanita be looking forward to, expecting? Whatever messages. I'm happy to receive them of the light for Wanita. We have the Page of Swords. Could talk about some type of communication that may be in the works, in the atmosphere. Maybe hasn't reached you yet. We have Hello, King of Wands. Can be an Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, but it doesn't have to be. King's looking right over at this page. And looking very intently at this page. And it's interesting because I'm looking at this wand of the king and there's new growth. And I know that, right? But like I can really see it. Oh, I see a little lizard down here. I wonder what that represents. Well, hello, lovers. Wanita. Soulmates. King of Cups. Interesting. And then the Two of Pentacles. It's almost like you have to make a decision between two kings, so to speak. I feel like I'm going to fill that out. Oh, Eight of Swords. Okay. So Wanita, looks like there's a soulmate energy. Now, does that have to be love? It doesn't have to be love. But, you know, it could be like a platonic friend, an offer, someone, though, that your soul connected to. It's interesting you have the Eight of Swords down there, which is a self-created prison, because I do feel like you do, well, I say you have to make a decision, but I guess you don't. I guess not making a decision is a decision. But I feel like you're having a communication coming in from one of these kings, if not both. But yet it feels like it's being met with the Eight of Swords. So I feel like that is what you want to look at, like the self-created prison. Why? Let's just take one right down there, Six of Swords. So feels to me like you've been dealing with some toxic type energy, and Six of Swords would represent that you leaving it. And this may be talking about someone of your past who's going to be reaching out, and again, you making a decision. Now, I also want to see a Wanita with the Six of Swords touching the Eight of Swords. Think about that, because this is like the ability to free yourself, like truly free yourself. And that's what you're doing in the Six of Swords. It's like you're off to new adventures, and there's a soulmate on your path. I just want to take one right over here. Two of Swords. Look at that. So there's a soulmate on your path, but there's a little bit of, I feel like the Two of Swords, am I blocking an opportunity? And if I am blocking an opportunity, why? So this person's wearing a blindfold. That means there's something they don't want to face. What is it? And to me, the way I'm reading it right now, I feel like you probably have had some ups and downs in love. And again, I'm saying love doesn't have to be love, but I feel like, there's some ups. There is a reason you created this prison. But I feel like your guides are saying to you, it's not serving you. So it's due to past toxic energy. And I feel like that energy is not meant to follow you, Wanita. I feel like that's the energy you free yourself from. And then I feel like wherever this communication or whoever it's coming from, if you're wondering like if someone is a soulmate, I feel like once you free yourself from the self-created prison, no blindfold, I feel like it'll be very clear to you then. So, two twos right here. Two represents love to me. So that's what I'm getting for you, Wanita. So a little bit of a mixed bag there, a little bit of good, well, a lot of good, but then a little fear. Excuse me. I hope that helped. Sheldon, that was his name, Don Sheldon. I knew that, didn't I? Because for some reason, I think you told me that before, and it like the first thing I thought of was like the Big Bang Theory, Sheldon from the Big Bang Theory. Keep an eye open for Tony. All right. Somebody's message was retracted. Hi, Mom. Hi, Steve. Merry Christmas, Joe. Jamie, read for you last week and I was spot on. Well, that's good. It makes me feel good when I get verification back, so thank you. I'm just going to come back in here because I feel like I keep missing comments. Okay, yeah, I was. All right, so I'm trying not to miss anyone. Candy, just type in a question. I don't know if I already answered you. I'm thinking, did I make the right decision? All right, so Joe. Oh, okay. I'm going to do Christine real quick. Because I promised I'd do her next. Is your husband divorcing you or just a general? All right. This is for Christine Anderson. Christine. Whoa. I'm going to bring out the Universal Tarot. And this is for Christine Anderson. And we would like to know about her husband. Also, if there's anything else she needs to know, of course. But mainly, she wants to know if her husband is thinking of divorcing her. I do ask everyone, please have patience. It does take a little time, and I know it's hard. We have the Death card, Christine. Card of Scorpio, first of all. But it is about endings. But listen, we shouldn't fear the Death card because it is about a closing of a door. But then a new door opens. And I've been doing tarot and energy reading long enough to know that a door always opens. We have the Queen of Cups. I feel you're the Queen of Cups. Just so you know. And it's interesting because you have your back to the Death card. And you still have a cup in your hand. And it looks like I'm ready to hand this cup off to the future. I'm not necessarily going to say that like this is a divorce, but it does feel like something is ending. Look at this, the Ace of Pentacles, but look at what opens up. So whatever's ending in the Death card, whether that to be a divorce or whether it's just talking to you in general, there is a door that does, let's say this is a divorce, then I feel like it would I feel like it would serve both of you then. Because it has you still with a cup in your hand, looking forward. And then what comes out is the Ace of Pentacles. That means something is coming into your physical world to enhance your world. Interesting. Let's follow that a little further. Look at this, Christine, the star. Your hopes, your dreams, your wishes. Connected to that Ace of Pentacles. So I feel like whatever door is closing here, your guides are saying, don't be fearful of it. Any change can be difficult change, but nonetheless, if we just follow where it's taking you, right? You still have that cup in your hand. And I feel like what that's saying is don't shut down your heart. Keep your heart open because there's more for you out there. And this Ace of Pentacles represents that. And I love that the star is there because that is about your hopes, your dreams, your wishes. Now, it is a card of Aquarius, but, we have Scorpio, we have Aquarius. But other than that, I feel like it's talking about this Ace of Pentacles being part of your dream cycle. Let's just take a couple more below that. It's almost like this Queen of Cups is like the Empress. And no matter what happens, by the way, I have chat replay on. I noticed that I just went to add again. What the hell? So if any of your messages break up for that reason. All right, I want to just go right below this. Give me any other information here. Chariot, look at that. So there's movement. Chariot speaks of balance. We're also in the year of the Chariot, by the way. This could be something that is, you know, like it feels like a new cycle. And 2024 may be the beginning of this new cycle. However, in this new cycle lies a wish, a dream. And not only does it lie a wish or a dream, but then it actually manifests. But it's because of you. It's because you chose to keep your heart open. It's because you chose not to become hard to the world. You know, maybe to one person, but not moving forward. 8 of Cups. You know, I feel like, and it's interesting because we're going from a 7, 2023 to 2024. And in 2024, it's like you're putting emotional dissatisfaction behind you. However that may turn out for you, I feel like that's the kind of answers, that only you can know. Then we have the King of Swords. This King of Swords may be someone who's coming into your life, because it's coming under the Ace of Pentacles. And then look at this, 9 of Cups. So here's what I think, Christine. I think the possibility is real. But part of me feels like I don't feel sadness over this. Because I feel like, in a way, and I hope you take this right, but in a way, I feel like it's kind of setting you free. You know, we go from that 8 of Cups, and now we have the 9 of Cups. That's inner harmony. Inner harmony, mirrored by the Chariot, unlimited potential. This 9 of Cups coming under the Star. So something's coming your direction. And I feel like it's early 2024. And I don't know. Let's look at this King real quick. We have the 4 of Pentacles, the Strength card, 7 of Swords. All right, well, I don't feel like that would be something that I would want. What you may find is you may meet someone who's had to overcome a lot, who's had to grow up. I feel like there's someone who, and this may be your husband. I feel like there's like these inner demons that someone has to deal with. I don't feel like it's you, but and in a way, I feel like it's probably already been dealt with. But I feel like if it's your husband, I feel like there's some inner demons, and I'm saying demons. I got to find a different word. Imbalance. There's some type of imbalance that can be balanced. But one more. Queen of Pentacles. Well, first thing I would say is with the Queen of Pentacles that, anything is going on, you're going to be able to see. It's like I feel like you're very intuitive. So you'll pick up on anything that is not, let's just say, of the light. And I also feel anything done in the dark comes to the light. So I do think there's a potential that you and your husband may split. But again, it's hard for me to say that. But at the same time, I'm looking at everything that's coming your way. One door closes, another door opens. Why am I going to so many commercials? All right, Christine, I'm going to leave that there. So a little bit of like, oh, but then a lot of, oh, if that makes sense. All right. Just sliding back. I know I said I was going to read for someone. Who was it? Okay, Joe Field. I'm thinking, did I make the right decision? Wait a minute. I'm thinking, did I make the right decision? Read the IDS boy that baited and ghosted. You're a Virgo. I'm a Virgo. He's, I can't really see that. Okay. So, Joe, did you make the right decision with the, I don't know, like, I know, like, I'm too old for these abbreviations. For the right decision, read the IDS boy that baited and ghosted. I'm assuming you're a Virgo. First of all, Virgos. I'm a Virgo. And don't ghost me. Like, if somebody ghosts me, you're done. You know what I mean? Like, maybe that's just me. All right, but did you make the right decision? So I'm gonna leave it at that. Did Joe make the right decision? And I'm gonna stay with the Universal Tarot. Happy holidays, by the way, everyone. Can't believe tomorrow's Christmas. All right, Joe. Did Joe make the right decision? Did Joe make the right decision? All right. This is for Joe. You have the Knight of Swords. That knight looks angry. Not angry, but we have the Three of Wands. I feel like right there it's telling you yes. Because the Three of Wands asks you to have an optimistic view about the potential of what can be in your future without projecting yourself too far in the future. It's, it's the energy of like, I know my ships will come in their due time. If I keep my, thinking about my own vibration and think about the law of attraction, like, that's just the way it is. Like whatever I'm vibrating out is what's going to vibrate back. And I feel like, you were angry. And I do feel like it's over, like probably the lack of communication does feel like it's of the past. So I feel like, did you make the right decision? Well, that's a free will decision. But I feel like what that decision does or has the capability of doing for you, I kind of feel like changes your life, but I feel like in a positive way. There's that King of Swords back. Three Swords. And then the Ten of Wands. Yes, you made the right decision, my dear. Because look at this. First of all, this Knight of Swords, it just feels like I'm angry over this. Like I'm angry over, the lack of. So I had to make a decision here, right? Because what has this lack of communication done to me? It's broken my heart, number one. But number two, I'm sick and tired of it. Like, I've had enough in the Ten of Wands. So I feel like the Three of Wands is your answer. Like, keep your thoughts optimistic. I just want to go over this King, Six of Cups. So there may be someone from your past that may reemerge. Now, again, I feel like the Three of Wands is saying it's not about expectations. It's about one's own vibration in the current moment and planting seeds from that energy. So, in a way, Joe, I feel like, maybe one person, that person who I feel like ghosted you, in a way, I feel like maybe they, and I know this is easier, sometimes I'm like, how am I saying these things? But I feel like in the long run, they did you a favor because I feel like there's someone else that lies upon your path. You probably already know this person. It doesn't have to mean it was a lover. It could just be someone that I've known. Though it's someone that I would have happy memories of. It's interesting. It's connecting to this King of Swords. Could be a Gemini, Libra, Aquarius, but it does not have to be. To me, I feel like, where was the issue? The ghosting, right? Which is very cruel. I find that very cruel. So the King of Swords is really the king of communication, the opposite. Now, King of Swords can use his words as a weapon, yes, but I don't feel that. I feel like this is saying to you that this person that ultimately I feel like is going to come into your life is going to be a very, very good communicator. Probably expressing themselves very well. And I feel like it really is going to give you a sense of, like, I feel like your inner child is going to be so thankful for this. Now, right now, you're in this place of angst. And I feel like what your guides want you to know, turn that around and understand that sometimes people are cut out of our lives and sometimes it's in cruel ways. But maybe it's because we otherwise wouldn't have cut them out of our lives. I don't feel like this king wants to produce his three swords. Not at all. Matter of fact, I feel like this king would want to help you heal that. So I feel like you have a choice. You can stay in the energy of the Three of Swords, right? And, I don't know if that's a choice. Or I can start moving my energy towards the Three of Wands. Again, an optimistic view of my future and not putting any limits of what can be. Think about where your vibration is at because that's what you're going to vibrate back. But I do feel like there's someone already, like part of your destined path that, they'll show up in the right time. All right, Joe. I hope that helped. All right. Where am I at? Where am I at? Jamie. I'm not in a relationship with the man you read for me. I would like to be and feel that I'm ready for this. Sorry. Would you read for me? Of course I will, Jamie. Jamie Collins. I'm not in a relationship with the man you read for me. I would like to be, and I'm ready for this. Is this in the cards for us? Okay. All right. Jamie Collins. I think it's time to switch up decks. Psychic Tarot's calling to me, Jamie. Just in case I haven't said it, I love you guys. I really love you guys. I mean, I know you are my soul sisters and soul brothers. And I'm so happy we were all able to connect. All right, Jamie. Jamie, you'd like to be in a relationship with this man. You feel you're ready to be in a relationship. But is it in the cards for the two of you? Well, transformation. That's the death card of Scorpio. Four of Cups, discontentment and boredom in one's life. Four of Cups, once you use your spiritual discernment, though. You know, it's interesting because here's the death card. It doesn't mean a door is closing. I don't know. I just feel like that. You know, it means a door is closing, but we have to learn not to fear these doors that close. Now, it doesn't mean the door is closing to you and this man. It just means that there's something that puts you in this energy of discontentment within your own life. Now, in the Four of Cups, you can't see it in this card, but usually someone is being handed a cup, and I feel like it's from the hand of God. That's how I feel. I'm also noticing a 13 adds up to a 4, and you got a 4 right beside that. Foundation. And then you have choose wisely. Interesting. So I feel like what that is saying to you is it just makes, like, is this something you really, really want? And if it is something you really, really want, why? You know, and I don't know why I'm asking you these questions. Look at this, another 4. Foundation and achievements. First and foremost, I feel like if I'm interested in anyone, I want to make sure their foundation is strong, which means that my foundation needs to be strong also. And when I say foundation, I just mean you're living your life, your faith, you know, what you believe in. Doesn't mean you're closed off to other people's opinions in that, because we shouldn't be. But I do feel like, you know, two people's whose foundation both need to be strong. And I feel like otherwise, whoa. Ace of Pentacles. Well, I mean, hello, close the door, then the Ace of Pentacles shows up. Ace of Pentacles means something's coming into your physical world, and it is truly meant to enhance your life. Now, this ace, you know, I look at aces as seeds. I can either nurture the seed, and it can truly grow and bloom and really grow into a harvest, or I can ignore this seed. And, you know, I don't think there's a right or a wrong. Like, maybe I don't take this seed. Well, then I do feel another seed will come. But here is one. All right. The Chariot again. Temptation. Okay, so I think the first thing I would say, Jamie, is ask yourself some questions. Like, what is it with this man that makes me want to be with him? And is it true? Or is it coming from, how do I say this? Like, I feel like you just need to question yourself. Like, is this, because I feel like your guides are questioning you. Like, is this what you truly want? Now, the Devil comes out, which is the card of Capricorn, by the way. but it does talk about temptations. It's right there. So I feel like the question you just want to ask yourself, is if this is someone that you feel like you have to chase, then I feel there's your answer. There's your answer. Because with the Ace of Pentacles under the Death card, I feel like this means something is coming in, and then it's met by the Chariot, which is unlimited potential. But then I worry a little bit for you that, I don't want you to be on a repeat pattern. I want you to know why. I want you to know why you want this person. And, it's not that I'm saying to no or yay, like yay or nay, but I feel like your guys want you just to question it. That's all. Picture yourself in a relationship with this person. Do you truly see it working out? And if you do, then that's a good thing. Then that's what that Ace of Pentacles represents. But then I feel like also I have to look at the other side of it too. Like, is there something that's just attracting him to that I'm attracting to him that, what's the word? Let me put it this way. Like, some people can be very charming, and it's almost like we can't help falling for them. And then a year or two down the road, they turn into assholes or abusers. Like an abuser doesn't show themselves. I don't know why I'm picking this up, Jamie. And I'm not saying this about your person, but I'm saying this in general, I guess. I want to take one more. Spiritual strength, reflection, spiritual reflection. Your spiritual team is here for sure. And I guess just what I feel is the Ace of Pentacles tells me that there's a potential, a good potential. The Chariot tells me there's a potential of this moving forward. But then because we have discontentment and choose wisely, it makes me just want to question it. And I feel like that's how I'm going to leave it. Like, I feel like the potential is very good, but then your guides want you just to question what it is about this person that makes you want them. And I don't know why. I'm just going to leave it there because I'm not sure why, but I do feel that. And I feel like, I feel like this ace is meant for you. But I feel like your spiritual team wants you to use it in a way that it will really enhance your life. So maybe that's why I'm questioning. Jamie, that was, I don't know. I don't even know what to say about that one. Other than it felt clear, yet I don't feel like it gave you a definitive answer at the same time, but that's what we got. All right. Candy. Hi, really appreciate you. I love you. Thank you. Well, the creative endeavors my husband and I are starting on top of our tattoo business take off soon. All right, so this is for Candy. Well, the creative endeavors your husband and I, so what your husband and you are working on, it sounds like a tattoo business. Is it going to take off? Well, let me tell you one thing, Candy. Moving into 2024, it is all about the material. It's not all about the material world, but I do feel like there's going to be a lot of people who have been, suffering financially, so to speak. I just feel like there's going to be ways opened up businesses created, businesses that are already created, taking off. So I really feel that energy. Like I would say for everyone here, and everyone is going to listen, if you think about, I want to add again. If you think about the universal year 8, use it. Like use its energy, because I feel like you could lead 2024, and I mean everyone, like claiming success. But this is for Jamie, right? Am I a Jamie? Yeah, Jamie. Or wait a minute. Okay, I just read Jamie. This is for Candy, right? Candy, where are you? Well, thank you for your donation, Candy. I'm trying to find your question again. Oh, there it is. All right, so you want to know about your tattoo business with you and your husband. Will it take off? I feel like I already have your answer. And though I was speaking about a universal year 8, Candy, I already feel like it's going to take off. Now, I do feel like, yes, I have to put in the work and I have to put in the effort. But if I'm willing to do that, then I just feel, even without the cards, that it's going to take off. Maybe more than you even expected. Ace of Swords. You know, when I'm doing like yes and no, which I haven't done in forever, but I used to do it on Facebook actually, where I would just do yes or no's. And the Ace of Swords was a yes for me. So I feel like right off the bat, we're starting with the Ace of Swords. And then, hello, lovers. So I feel like that's you and your husband. And it tells me that the two of you can work together very well. You know, that you have a special type of chemistry. 10 of Swords. So it's interesting, though, when I see this 10 of Swords, and 10 of Swords can be a repeat pattern, dagger after dagger in the back. But I have to tell you, Candy, when I see this, it feels like they're getting tattooed. It feels like they're getting tattooed. I've never read that card in that way, but that's exactly how I feel. 7 of Cups. I feel like definitely getting the word out as much as you can get the word out. You know what I mean? Like, use social media. Like, I feel like the 7 of Cups, you know, it's interesting because all of these cards I'm getting, I'm not reading them as you would in traditional tarot for you. It feels to me like it's giving me different messages. First of all, I do feel like the Lovers is you and your husband, and I feel like you can truly, you can truly work in harmony together. I do feel like the 10 of Swords is the two of you tattooing, or at least it's representing a tattoo parlor, let's say. And I feel like the 7 of Cups is because, especially because it's mirroring the Ace of Swords, it's saying just make sure you get the word out, and use more than one avenue. Like let's say you're doing like you do a short, like TikTok or something like that. You're showing like a before and after, but don't just use TikTok. You know what I mean? Use YouTube, use Facebook. So I feel like there's different avenues that will help make it. I just feel like you'll reach people that maybe you didn't think you would reach. The Emperor. Well, look at that. The business owner. And then the 4 of Pentacles. Beautiful. First of all, 2 4s. That foundation. Okay. I feel like first and foremost, make sure the foundation to this business is strong. make sure you're strong within it. Trust that you can take this. Like, don't even put a limit upon how far it can go. I do feel like you putting the word out in different aspects and different places is what's going to help also bring you success. But then look at this. We have the emperor, who is the business owner, who is someone that the people look up to. So I feel like not only will you do well, but I feel like your company or your shop will be looked at as, how do I say this, like a very reputable company. Like I can, like, like if I get a lot of tattoos, like I can trust that I'll get exactly what I wanted through you, if not better. So I feel like you're going to be very successful. Now, again, it's not without your hard work. Don't get me wrong. It is not without your hard work. But I feel like the hard work is somewhat playful at the same time. So, long story short, the answer is yes. Now, I say the answer is yes, but don't forget, everybody's got free will. You know what I mean? But other than that, if I was going to get tattooed, I'd come to you. Hi, Normie Joe. Merry Christmas to you also. Hi, Peggy. Hi, Mia. Hi, Ashkawatham. Sorry. Okay. All right, so we just did Candy. Dawn, you're worried about your daughter and then you won't be there when she gets out on the 27th. I'm just trying to connect on. And I feel like you don't have to worry, though, telling a mother she doesn't have to worry doesn't mean anything. All right, Mia. Mia, that's a long name. Nothing. It's interesting, but I'm terrible with names. So we're just going to say Mia. Mia, you were wondering about an Aquarius that you feel very connected to at work. He is being hot and cold. So I want to know what he is feeling and if he will do any move towards our relationship. So you're not in a relationship, though. Aquarius, I feel very connected to at work. Okay. Samia, I'm just going to put it this way. I want to know for Mia and this person at work, will there be an opportunity for them to come together in a true relationship? I'm going to use the Gilded Tarot. And I know I change your questions around sometimes, but I do that with purpose. All right. So for Mia. All right. You and Aquarius. We have the 10 of Swords. We have the 4 of Pentacles. We have the Death card. The 10 of Swords would definitely represent his hot and coldness, back and forth. Temperance. Divine timing. But it is about patience. You know, what I'm feeling right now, Mia, before any more cards even come out, is I feel like, okay, well, this is kind of what I felt like, the 7 of Swords. What I felt was that I feel he will continue to be hot and cold, hot and cold. Now the 7 of Swords comes out, which is untrustworthy energy. And Temperance right before that. It's almost like Temperance is saying, I don't know, you know, well, I'm just going to tell you what I feel. I feel like Temperance is saying that there's something about Aquarius that maybe wouldn't, I don't know, doesn't feel like it's right for you. But in a way, it's because it's like divine is protecting you. Because I do feel that he'll continue. You know, this 10 of Swords to me is a repeat pattern. The Death card is a closing of the door, but it's mirroring that 10 of Swords. So it's kind of saying that, you know, no, that's just who he is. All right, let's take a couple more. We have the 9 of Pentacles. And then we have the Knight of Swords. Okay, Mia, I'm just going to be honest. I feel like the answer is he will continue to be hot and cold. And I feel like not only that, but I feel like in a way it's saying, does it affect your work at all? You know what I mean? But here's the thing. I feel like you're a very independent woman. And I feel like ultimately, even though, you know, you have feelings for Aquarius, I feel like his habits will not change. I feel like he will continue being hot and cold, hot and cold. And I feel like your guide is saying he may be someone that, it reminds me of like when I talk to my daughter about someone, I'm like, think about if you actually were in a relationship with this person. And if you can't trust him now, imagine in a relationship. Because I feel like, no, he's not going to change his spots. He is who he is. And I feel like there's no apology for that. Almost like, well, that's who I am. But here's the thing. I feel like this is saying also to you, how do I say this? I feel like I feel like it's interesting. First of all, I'm feeling Aquarius is not the person for you. I'm feeling Aquarius would probably, now, it doesn't mean that like, I want you to do what you want to do. You know what I mean? But it feels here like no, he's going to continue to be hot and cold, and have no apology about it. I also feel like your guide is saying, my dear, this may be someone that you cannot trust. And like, I feel like it takes away, I feel like Aquarius's energy is like taking away in some way, like your own independence. And I feel like be careful not to let someone else rock your own foundation. So, I never like to be the bearer of bad news. And again, I want you to use your own intuition over mine. But I feel like, will there be a change? No. And as long as I'm interested in Aquarius will continue, the hot and cold. Come in and then not. And I feel like your guides are saying, there's just so much better waiting. There's so much better already on your wheel. Now, it's hard because I don't want to put Aquarius down, but I feel like it's like I have no apologies. I am who I am. All right, Mia. I wish I could give you better news. However, sometimes knowing that something is not meant to be frees us to then potentially be with who we were meant to be with. All right. I'm just going to call you Ash because I cannot even begin to pronunciate that name. Ash. Hackathon. So Ash. And happy holidays to you too. And thank you for your beautiful comment. All right. So for Ash, how is 2024 going to look? Let's put these up here. And I think it's time to bring out the Tarot of Dreams. Sing a little dream for me. Ash in 2024. It's funny I'm calling you Ash because my nephew's son, baby, whose mother has crossed over, his initials are ASH, and that is what we call him, Ash. There's that Ace of Swords. Three of Wands, optimism. I feel like what this is saying for you, Ash, right off the bat is, because in the Three of Wands, this person is saying to the universe, I'm not going to put any stipulations on how my blessings or gifts or anything must show. Instead, I'm just going to have an optimistic view that my blessings, my ships will come in exactly when they're meant to. And in the meantime, I'm just going to learn to enjoy this present moment. And don't forget, like, we are the seed planters. It is us who plant seeds. If we don't plant a seed, then there is no harvest. So I feel like you're starting out 2024 with a very optimistic view, or a reason to be optimistic. I mean, this Ace of Swords is coming before it. Queen of Cups. And by the way, I have chat replay on, guys. So for those who asked questions but couldn't stick around, chat replay will always be on. And also, I want to say real quick, sorry I'm using your reading, Ash, to speak. But I do want to say, like, be open and understand that a lot of times your questions will be answered through another's. Why would that be? Well, because your spirit guides already know you're here. They already knew you were coming before you showed up. You know what I mean? So, like, I don't know. Nine of Swords. Strength card. What's a damn ad again? Strength card under that Ace of Swords. Nine of Swords, I don't love that. Nine of Swords is worry. But why? It's unnecessary worry. You know, it doesn't fit with the Three of Wands. So think about that. That may be talking about something you want to look at before 2024 begins. And again, you know, like, do you have an anxious mind? It doesn't have to mean that I'm in extreme worry all the time. But if I have an anxious mind, if I think things will go wrong instead of go right, then maybe that's exactly what will happen, right? And again, in the Three of Wands, I do feel like I'm planting my seeds today for my tomorrow. So there is something that you're worried about, though. The Emperor. Card of Aries, by the way. That would be great to represent, again, business ownership. But also I feel like it's speaking of you and, you know, the power that you hold within. There's this Ace of Wands. Look at that. So this Nine of Swords has to go. Because in the Three of Wands, again, planting my seeds in the present moment. And then here's this Ace of Wands sitting next to the Emperor and also over the Queen of Cups. I feel like if I'm worried, then what I may be worried about, it may be a few things here. But I feel like one of them is overcoming something. But again, let's remember the Nine of Wands speaks about, or Nine of Swords speaks about unnecessary worry. But I feel like that needs to be looked at. So that's probably the biggest thing for, you know, for you to understand, like, what causes that. Nonetheless, the Ace of Wands shows for you, you know, that's inspired action. That's inspiration. Look at that. And then the Sun, there's nothing to fear here. You have two you have two Leo cards mirroring each other. This is Leo's ruler. This is Leo's major arcana. But the Sun is coming over this nine, or under this Nine of Swords. So I feel like 2024 is saying, try not to bring any like unnecessary worry forward with you. Because we open 2024 with the Ace of Swords. Now, that Ace of Swords can mean many, many different things. It could be an opportunity coming your way, communication, something that changes you from that Nine of Swords into the Sun's energy, which is like that inner child type energy. So I feel like 2024, so it's not too long. This Ace of Wands means that you're going to be inspired. And if you can take this inspiration that's meant for you, by the way, and put an optimistic view behind it, I feel like you can manifest anything in 2024. I feel like this Nine of Swords is relating back to the Strength card. So just be careful of your thoughts. Remember that we can lie to ourselves. You know, we can tell ourselves everything's going to be terrible, but then it's not. You know what I mean? Because that Nine of Swords, again, says unnecessary worry. And then the Sun right below it. So I feel like 2024 makes you feel like a kid again. Not just a kid again, but I feel like you're going to be very inspired. Maybe inspired to do your own thing, to create a business. If you already have a business, it just feels like it'll just go higher. I feel like you need to believe in yourself, because I feel other people believe in you, or other people will. If we're looking at 2024, other people are going to believe you. Other people are going to look up to you. You just have to know that you, I want to say can handle it. So maybe something big is happening. Maybe this Ace of Wands turns into something big. Don't fear it. Look forward to it. I feel like that's your message. Look forward to all that can be, and don't fear. And that fear is from the past. It's a 9, always reflection, but it's about final reflection. Anything I feel that may get in your way would be your own thought system. Other than that, your 2024 looks really good. Now, you have free will all through here, so of course things can change, but as it's showing, it looks very good. Just do not allow your thoughts to rule the day. Believe in yourself, and the rest of us will believe in you. I hope that made sense. All right. All right. Where am I at? I'm just going back, guys. Welcome, Dragoness, to the fan club. I'm glad it did that. I didn't know it would do that. You're welcome, Joe. Okay, I'm just going back a little bit. Okay. Where am I at? There's Ash. Yeah, I answered. I'm talking to Candy. I answered Christine, and I answered yours. Diane I'm back. All right, Diane. And don't worry, guys. I'm going to try to get to as many people as I can. Okay, I'm really not putting a limit on my time today. So take advantage of the chat or the live replay in case you had to leave. Hi, Broken. I don't know why I called you Broken. All right, Diane, when will you meet your husband? When is Diane going to meet her husband? I'm going to bring out the light seers, Diane. Diane, by the way, for those who don't know, is the one who's given me the most beautiful messages from my son. And the guitar over there in the corner, I don't know if you can see it. I have it over there in the corner. By the pink roses. That guitar showed up on the same day that Diane had sent me some beautiful messages from my son. So it was quite amazing. And I'm forever grateful. All right, Diane. When are you going to meet your husband? Whoa. 9 of Swords. Stop worrying about it. Ace of Swords. First of all, I feel like don't put any worry behind that. It's interesting because in this Ace of Swords, she's really connecting to above. And that's what you got to believe and trust in, right? This 9 of Swords, just like the person before you had the 9 of Swords. Nine of Swords is unnecessary worry, like letting it go, letting it be, and just like trusting in divine. Then you got the Five of Wands, but it did show in the upright in reverse. I don't really read reversals when I'm doing lives, but when it shows in the upright, I have to show it. I feel like I have to go with it. So, Five of Wands, first of all, it's a five. Change. But let's look at the Five of Wands in the upright, which talks about can be drama. you know, first of all, I feel like Diane, what this is saying is don't base the potential of your future husband, don't base it upon anyone of your past, if that makes sense, or any, how do I say this? Like, don't base it. I don't know. Like, I just feel like don't base it on anyone of your past. I feel like, I do feel like the Nine of Swords has to go. And I know, like, okay, Sandy, I'll just let it go then. But I do feel like it's interesting because there's all these black birds, but then there's these few white doves above the black birds. So I feel like I got to get through that darkness, and then the light will reach me. The Page of Wands, my Fool. My Fool. I call the Page of Wands my Fool because the Page of Wands is a risk taker. Like, I'm going to throw that wand up, and wherever it lands is where I'm going to go. Taking chances. And the Page of Wands, I love the Page of Wands because the Page of Wands is a risk taker. And the page does fall, but the page gets back up again. And that's what the page is learning. Like, yes, I'm going to fall, right? Or something's not going to work out, but I'm going to get back up again. I'm going to get back on that horse again. I feel like, Diane, try to live like the most, how do I say this? Don't allow other people to pull you into their drama. Don't live in drama. If others around you are fighting, separate yourself. I don't know why I'm picking all this up, but separate yourself. Don't get pulled into it. Empress, under that Nine of Swords, those two energies don't go together. So you want to think about that. So the Empress, this could be talking about, as that Nine of Swords, again, unnecessary worry, but it's still worry nonetheless. Worry, maybe you're worried about taking chances. I don't think that's it though. But so the Empress, she's someone who's loving, nurturing, but very creative. This is you, Diane. So this Nine of Swords just doesn't fit with you. You know what I mean? Now, it doesn't, we have to remember the Empress is human, very much lives through her spirituality, but she's still human. So she can fall, but then she gets back up again. I know this has nothing to do with a husband, but maybe this is preparing you. Ooh, preparing you. All right, we have the Five of Swords. Interesting, we have two fives. We have the Four of Cups. I feel like you want your future husband sooner versus than later. Four Cups will talk about discontentment and boredom. But it's not how you're meant to remain. You know, and then that Four Cups, I think I already spoke about this. This person's receiving a cup, and I do feel like it's from divine. I feel like, I feel like this is saying, Diane, when you're ready, it's like, how do I say this? Like, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. The Emperor. Look at this, Diane. The Emperor and the Empress. The Emperor and the Empress. And they're mirroring each other. The World, the next chapter. So yet to come. But I have a feeling it's coming. It's coming. The Page of Pentacles. Temperance, divine timing. Remember, divine timing. Sometimes they're waiting on us. Sometimes we're waiting on them. The Ace of Wands. And then the Knight of Swords. Okay, let me just wrap this up. I get what it's saying right off the bat. Okay, so first of all, Diane, there's someone that is very much like you. Even though the Emperor and the Empress are different, right? They like the Emperor is someone who's very methodical. He's someone who would put a plan in place, but he is the leader of the people. People look up to him because of actions that he's taken, how he got to where he's at. Same with the Empress. But the Empress is more creative. She goes more by, by energy. Like if I feel it moves me, then I move. That type of energy. I feel like, Diane, you've been on this path, this journey that it's not meant to last forever. But I feel like part of it is like, I do feel like you have to let go a little bit of when, and instead put those intentions out there of who. Okay. But I also am getting this energy too, that if I can be in the Empress's energy, and what does that mean? That means that I remain loving and nurturing. I allow my creativity to shine, which I already know you do. You're being true to you. I feel like that's what this is saying. It's like when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. And I feel like it's saying when the woman is ready, the man will appear. I feel like you've been on this path of knowledge, but it's all like all of it was meant to be. You know what I mean? Like you're living a destined life. I mean, as we all are, but I feel like you're following divine energy more than a lot of us, let's just say. I have a feeling that next year, because the world is here, and it may come in the form of communication. Emperor's looking right over at this Knight of Swords, and right below the Emperor is this Ace of Wands. So, this isn't just anybody, Diane. This feels like a great love. And the power couple. The power couple. And they're mirroring each other. No more worry. Trust. No worry. Trust. And because the Ace of Wands is here and the Ace of Swords, I feel like both are about the connection. Like I almost feel like I feel it before it shows. But I feel like it's going to come in probably in the form of, like I may meet them and then communication. Divine timing. Use your spiritual discernment. Don't get caught up in anybody else's drama. The less drama we have in our own lives, the more open we are to all that can be. Be willing, or like the falls that you've had in your life, know that you can overcome them, and I feel like you've already had the majority of them. But I do feel like you may have a tendency to worry about things, and that's what I feel like, if anything, that's what you guys want you to look at, because I feel like this toxic energy is more within your thought system. Doesn't mean your thoughts are toxic. It just means that maybe I worry too much about it. And instead, what I want to do is just trust. I mean, hello, Emperor and Empress Diane. Okay, I'm going to let that be. I know, I'm taking so long. Oh, and then the Magician, Diane. Let's add that in there. The ability to manifest through the, it's like, if we want love, if we want real, true love, then we've got to meet it, right? We've got to be it. Like, we've got to be ready and willing and able to love. Now, yes, use your spiritual discernment 100%. And that was really for everyone. Maria, every commercial you get booted. Me too. I'm sorry about that. I know these commercials, like, holy cow. All right, I got to scroll back a little bit. Please have patience, guys. I'm really trying. All right, Joe, I was just reading your comment. Okay, let me go back real quick. You guys are like, stop it, Sandy. Just answer our questions. All right. Hi, Stacy. What do you mean, Joe? You just blocked everything. Well, while I wait for Joe, I am going to answer Peggy Wilcock. Is there any large windfall of monetary abundance coming your way? Again, 2024 is a great year to be asking that question. All right, so for Peggy Wilcox, is there any large windfall of money coming your way? What should I use? I'm going to use the crystal vision. Thank you, Peggy, for your donation. By the way, thank you everyone for your donations. Again, for those who don't know, the majority of the donations are going to go to my daughter, who really needs them. She'd probably get mad that I keep saying that. She's probably like, stop saying that. All right, I'm going to stop saying that. Peggy, is there money coming for Peggy? A large windfall. Is it coming her way? Money, 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 money. With the Queen of Cups again. Seems like we get the Queen a lot. Can be Scorpio, Cancer, or Pisces, of course. But you guys know I don't even really look at it that way. All right, we're going to take face up first. Four of Cups. What's going on with everybody having discontentment in their life? The Unknown card. And the Page of Pentacles. Interesting, the Unknown card. Almost like we're not supposed to know. I feel like you're looking for some change in your life, though, Peggy. I do feel like you're looking for some change in your life. Let me go underneath that. Okay, wow. All of a sudden. Ace of Cups. Hello. Queen of Swords. Temperance. Look at that under the Unknown card. You know what I feel like, Peggy? I can't say there's a large sum coming your way. Although when I look at the Page of Pentacles, I do feel like potentially these pentacles have been building. I don't know why I'm feeling it that way. I do feel like something is coming into your life, and I do feel like it is definitely making your life better. I feel like be very true to yourself, be truthful with yourself, all of that. But I also feel with Temperance, right, is about divine timing under, this coming under the Unknown card, which really is the High Priestess. And, but sometimes you're like, we're not meant to know everything. So I feel like what this is saying in divine timing, something is coming your way that is totally going to fulfill you. To me, the Ace of Cups means fulfillment, whether it be love. It doesn't have to be love. It just means a cup of fulfillment. And I feel like, so yeah, that's heading your way. And then we have the Death card. So I feel like this ace gives you an opportunity to end something and to begin something new. So is it a large, are you becoming rich? I can't say. But I can say I do feel like in the Page of Pentacles, which I've never read this card like this before, I do feel like Pentacles have been multiplying, and then, but yet it's almost like a savings account. And then boom, it's released. And then boom, your life changes. But I feel like it changes because you want it to change. Now, I don't mean all areas, maybe, but at least on a area. So, I'm not even going to try to make the Unknown cards tell me, because I feel like this is what I've meant to know, or we're meant to know. So I do feel like look forward. But again, I feel like in that Ace of Pentacles, or in that Page of Pentacles, I feel like these Pentacles have been building and building, and I don't know if you even know about them, but then I do feel like they're released. And they must be released to you, because then I feel like then your life changes for the better, because it's coming. It's ultimately a couple fulfillment. So I'm going to leave that there. That's kind of like we got to kind of wait and see. But at the same time, I just want to say something is coming your way, something very fulfilling, whether that be money, I hope it be whatever it is you need it to be. All right, broken bee for bliss. I always wonder why you chose that name. Hi, Dami. Oh, good, Christine. Oh, good. I'm glad I was spot on. Hi, Joanie. Merry Christmas. Any advice? Oh, dang it. I just went to an ad. Hang on. Dang it. Where'd it go? Joanie, where are you? You're welcome, Joe. I don't know if I already said that, but you're welcome again. All right, Dommy. I agree on the ghosting. Done. You dropped a Libra 2 weeks ago. Joe, I am a Taurus. Oh, you're talking to Joe. Real Connie woman of Hanover's, how are you? Oh, okay. I'll get you in 1 second, my dear. I want to go back. I found Joanie. I lost her for a minute, but I found her. All right, this is for Joanie LeFleur. LeFleur. Merry Christmas. Any advice? I'm going to use the Cosmic Tarot. I brought out some decks I haven't used in a while. So this is for Joanie LeFleur. And spiritual advice for Joanie. Spiritual advice for Joanie. I guess if I didn't shuffle each time, I could save time, but I feel like I have to. All right. The sun, beautiful. First of all, it's a ruler of Leo. But it is about, I feel like the sun is about like feeling like a kid again. Every time I see the sun, it reminds me of my younger years when I was a kid. And I know you've all heard the story, but it's just so true. Like, the freedom I felt of, like, when you walk out the front door and you get on your bike and you just ride, like that freedom. That's what I'm feeling. I like that the sun is the very first card. Look, hello, lovers. Second card, the lovers. 2 major arcanas back to back, first of all. Lovers is a card of Gemini. The meaning of the card is a head over heart decision. Hello, Ace of Wands. Wow. Joanie, something very passionate. Wow. We have the 8 of Pentacles. Oh, Ace of Cups. I don't know if you're already in love, Joanie. And then look at this, the 3 of Wands. I don't know if you're already in love, but this is what I would say. Whether you're in love or whether you're not in love, there is love on this board. And it feels very passionate, very good. I love that the sun opened your reading, and it's mirrored by the 8 of Pentacles, by the way. First of all, an 8. So, 2024. Now, if we were still back in the summer, I wouldn't keep saying 2024. But because it's right around the corner, I feel like the 8s are representing that. 8 of Pentacles talks about the willingness to go into something as the apprentice, knowing that, if you focus upon it, I feel like you become the master teacher. Now, it doesn't mean like I become a teacher. It just means you're just naturally good at what you do if you're willing to put the focus in. So this could mean a couple different things for you. You may have 2 things, that you have 2 aces. One is of love, right under the lovers. And the other one, the Ace of Wands, is met by the Three of Wands, an optimistic view of my future. So I feel like things like the wheel is a turning, and I feel like it's turning in your favor. I feel like 2024, you're going to see two very important changes. And I feel there's no energy of fear on the table. It's all about optimism. And I love the sun is here as it relates to love, because again, anything done in the dark will come to the light. And when the sun, especially as your first card, I feel like it's saying that if you're not in love, that you will be in love. And I feel like this means that both people are of the light. It means that, you're living in the light. Like I'm living more from my goodness than gimme type energy. So I feel like your message is stay optimistic about really all that might open up for you. All that might open up for you. This is going to be a year where you're going to be inspired. This is going to be a year where you're going to receive epiphanies. These epiphanies, you can take them and you can create real success for yourself. You do have to know that. Like don't put any limits on your year. Don't put any limits. But I love that the sun opened it up for you. And then hello, lovers. And then hello, love. Wow. Joanie, I need to know if you're already in love. I'm just going to read down real quick to see if... I wish he was here too, Diane. Joe, you're planting your seeds for 2024. Perfect. Hi, Empress of the Universe. Overslept. Silly Billy. Welcome aboard. Can you get a reading? Of course you can. Okay, so Silly Billy. Silly Billy. All right, Silly Billy. I'm going to bring out the Luminous Tarot. I am going to get a couple shuffles because we used it already. For those who just made it to the room, happy holidays. Happy holidays. Happy holidays. Nine of Cups. Okay. Silly Billy. Nine of Cups. Inner harmony. Nine of Cups is really an energy where one is kind of loving their life. Doesn't mean everything is perfect. Seven of Pentacles. Seven of Pentacles' first message is about patience. I feel like the Seven of Pentacles is our seed soul. It's like our tree of life. And I feel like the pentacles upon the tree are the seeds that we planted. Some of them before we came to Earth into this lifetime. And some of them we're planting now. We always want to keep planting, right? Keep planting seeds. Because if you plant no seeds, you will have no harvest. We have the Four of Pentacles. And then we have the Death card. Interesting. Hello, Knight of Cups. You know, this is interesting, Silly Billy, because I don't know if you're involved with someone, but, you know, the Nine of Cups to me would represent singular energy, but then the Knight of Cups underneath it, an unexpected couple fulfillment coming your way. And it's almost like, because the Nine of Cups is being mirrored by the Death card, it's almost like saying the single status is turning into a couple. Look at this, two knights back to back. One is love, and they're facing each other. Interesting. One knight is of inspiration. You know, the Knight of Wands is like a rush of passion. It's undeniable. And it's being met, or these two knights are meeting each other. So the Knight of Cups, an unexpected couple fulfillment. But listen, very passionate at the same time. I feel like there's no way I can deny this. Now, I mean, I can say no, but I feel like the energy that comes, look at this, another knight, three knights, Knight of Swords, communication. I feel like who's ever in this Knight of Cups, I feel like, yes, there are some issues that they're going to have to get through to reach you, so to speak. But they will. And the Nine of Swords. Do not worry about this. I just want to look back. I just want to look, see, Silly Billy, if you've added anything. No, not yet. All right. Anyway. So, Nine of Swords, unnecessary worry. You know, now we know what the Death card is talking about, what door needs to close. It's the Nine of Swords. Whatever it is, you know, it's like I feel that you want something in your life, something new. I don't feel like you have to have it. Like, I don't feel like a desperation over it. Because again, let's remember, this Knight of Cups is unexpected. And maybe that's part of it. Like, I'm trying to, what's the word? Like, I'm trying to, like, I want to determine when this knight comes in. But your spiritual team is like, but you can't, my dear. And I feel like, what is, because I thought this Knight of Cups was being like, had to get through some energy before it could reach you. Now I get it, because the Death card is saying that, again, this is worry. It can be anxiety. It can be all of that. But that is what needs to close to best suit you. To best suit you. Now, sometimes, like, you know, it's like, but I can't help control these thoughts. Well, just tell yourself that. Like, I don't really mean that. This fear, I know it's like unnecessary. Talk to yourself, talk to your mind. You know what I mean? But I feel like once you find this inner harmony within yourself, and know that what seeds are meant to find you will find you. And I also feel like, who's ever in this Knight of Cups, it feels like a seed that was planted before you came into this lifetime. So I know it's going to happen. It's just, what do I do with it? well, I hope you use it to its full advantage, because it feels like, and again, it doesn't have to be love. It's fulfillment, inner harmony. I feel like first, listen, I say that, but I can't just make myself have inner harmony, right? I mean, I could if I just analyze, look at, break patterns, I could find that inner harmony. So I feel like that's the main thing, because I feel like otherwise, this Knight of Cups may be met with like energy that I don't think that you really want to meet it with. So, inner harmony. And I feel like, listen, that means there's going to be a reason, right? There's going to be a reason. And again, I feel like you are also being called into the present moment. Why? Because that's where your signs are sent. That's where your messages are at, in the present. So, fear not. Fear not. Fear not, my child. Okay. So, I don't know. That looks pretty dang good. Silly Billy. And welcome. You're so welcome, Ash. Hi, Lauren. Lauren, it's interesting. I don't think it was you. I did someone else who's also doing tattoos. It wasn't you, was it? Interesting. But there's someone else on here who was it? Husband and wife with their tattoo shop. I'm going to bring out a deck that I forgot the name to. One of the reasons I love this deck, one of the reasons why I don't use it often is because some people get mad that I don't know the name to them. You know, people who need people. All right, Lauren, are you guided to pursue a career in tattooing? Page of Pentacles, Princess of Cups. Oh, I'm sorry. Princess of Pentacles, Princess of Cups, Queen of Swords. I can already tell you what this is saying. I already feel the answer is yes. But I feel like what it's saying is, if you have a love for it, then you should go for it. I feel like you've learned, like you've been on this path of probably learning how to, give tattoos and all that. Probably even the medical part of it, I feel like you've been on that path. And now I feel like, because let's remember, the Princess of Cups is receiving that cup of it's receiving from that Knight of Cups. So this is fulfillment again. Just like I felt with the last person, I feel like we have the Six of Pentacles, give and take. I feel like this is saying, stay very generous. I feel like it's saying that, now this is completely up to you, and I don't even know why I feel this, but I feel like a sliding scale. A sliding scale. All right. What did I just do? Hello, Ace of Pentacles. Does that answer your question? The Lovers. The Queen of Pentacles. Definitely, I feel the Queen of Pentacles. Listen, first of all, I love that we have the Princess of Pentacles now mirrored by the Queen of Pentacles. So if this is what you've been learning, I feel like you're going to be very, very good at it. Or you probably already are very good at it. Do I think you should pursue it? I feel like if it brings you, if it feels good to you, then I feel the answer is yes all day long. Not only do I feel like the answer is yes, but I feel like if you want to pursue it and you really want to put everything into it, I feel like the way is going to be shown. This Ace of Pentacles talks about, you know, a pentacle that comes in, it helps to expand. Now, that could be a loan, you know what I mean? That could be like money to help you open it, like open the business. The Lovers is here. To me, that means a head over heart decision. And I really feel like that's what it's representing here. But the Queen of Pentacles, absolutely, she would have no problem creating a business. I shouldn't say no problem, because there's always issues, right? We have the Four of Swords. We have the Six of Cups. Interesting, 2 sixes back to back. And then we have the Tower with the Princess of Swords. First of all, I have a feeling, I don't know why I'm picking this up, but I have a feeling once you are 100% into this, because I do feel like you are, you know, the Ace of Pentacles is right in the middle with the Princess of Cups right above it. So I feel like, you know, your knowledge and your ability is great. And I feel like I get this feeling you're going to be doing a lot of tattoos of like people coming in saying, you know, I love this person, I want their name, or I want a heart because of this person. So I feel like there's a lot of tattooing, but it's loved ones. And I don't mean you're tattooing loved ones. I mean, I just get this feeling that you're doing a lot of tattoos that relates to love. It may be a specialty, I don't know. Or it may even talk about a specialty of like being able to, how do I say it, like freehand. I know nothing about tattoos, but like I feel like this freehand, like writing Sandy freehand, like in cursive on the skin. So the answer is yes. Not only yes, but it feels very abundant to me. And not only does it feel abundant to me, it feels like you love it. You love it. Or you will love it. Okay. So Lauren, if you watch the replay, there's someone else here who also had a very similar question. All right, Andrea, ADRI. Next week's November 23rd. And Tony, so Adriana, November 23rd, that would be a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. That means you're going into a 6 personal year. Just so you know, I don't know why I'm even looking that up. And then Tony, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Tony is going to a 2 personal year. This is for 2028. I know you're asking about the next couple weeks, though. All right. So Adriana and Tony, love, relationships, the next couple weeks. I can't guarantee you that it will give you the next couple weeks, but it will give you an answer. It'll give you clarity. So, Andrea and Tony. I'm using the Cosmic Tarot, by the way. Is it the Cosmic? No, it's not the Cosmic Tarot. It's the Good Tarot. Nine of Cups. Few people have opened their readings with Nine of Cups. Inner fulfillment. Loving life. Dang it. But then it has to be met by the Nine of Swords. 2 nines. It's almost like a choice. I can live in the Nine of Cups or I can live in the Nine of Swords. Nine of Swords is about worry. Unnecessary worry. But it is worry. And it's a type of worry that can overtake my life. You know, that can block opportunities. Because, why? Because I'm fearful of them. We have Justice. Okay, neither one of you are Libra. Card Libra. Judgment. Call to the present moment. Why? Because the rebirth wants to take place. Justice is asking you to cut ties to something. Something is not serving you. Well, that Nine of Swords is not serving you. Especially with the Nine of Cups right there. Right? Inner harmony. Nine of Swords would be anything other than that. Anxiety. Like inner turmoil. But it's unnecessary. Let me remind you. We have the Four Swords, healing. And then we have the King of Swords. So that could certainly represent Tony. Male or female, doesn't matter. Okay. You know, I can't really tell you next couple of weeks, but let me tell you this. I feel like someone is in the energy of a lot of worry. And maybe it's worry over this relationship. You know, what will be. But that's not serving whoever it is. Because the Four Swords is underneath that. So there's an ability to heal that energy. And I feel like your spiritual team is asking, calling for that. Whoever it may be. I have a feeling it must be you because, you know, otherwise, I mean, unless you call Tony and be like, I got a reading today and it said you need to stop worrying. You know, there is going to be a rebirth. Well, with who? Well, we had the King of Swords over here. Got that, the Ace of Cups. Under rebirth. The Queen of Fire. And then the Three of Pentacles. Okay. Here's the thing. There's love. There feels like there's love. Whether it's spoken love or unspoken love. There's love. Judgment's calling you to the present moment. So, you know, you're asking about the next couple weeks. So in the next couple weeks, I feel like what I want to look at is, you know, do I have inner harmony? And if I don't, what do I need to do to get there? Like, what can I do to get there? I feel like someone doesn't believe in themselves. You know, they don't see or feel who they are uniquely to the other. Now, I feel like that could be resolved easily, but at the same time, so for the next couple of weeks, I feel like, you know, who's ever in the Nine of Swords, that's what you want to work on, because the Four of Swords is right below that. So the ability to heal it is here. And then Judgment is saying that at the same time. Why? So then when the Ace of Cups, and maybe there's maybe there's already love, but for it to be all it can be, then that Nine of Swords has to go. Nine of Swords is a man-made energy, by the way. It's not our spiritual being. Our spiritual being doesn't live within the Nine of Swords. Our spiritual being knows we've been here. We've done that, right? There's nothing that's happened before or will happen later that hasn't already happened. Our spiritual being knows that. And I feel like that's just what I need to do. I need to catch up to my spiritual being to understand that anything that happens in life, I'll have opportunities to overcome them. There'll be new doors, what have you. But nonetheless, I'm going off here. I feel like, yes, there is love, right? And then you add that Ace of Cups to the Nine of Cups. It ultimately brings us to the Ten of Cups, which is the House of Harmony. But I have to say, you can't have the House of Harmony with the Nine of Swords. They're opposite energies. So I feel like that is your message. But, I'm really not 100% sure who's in the Nine of Swords, and maybe both are. And then remember, the Nine of Swords is an unnecessary worry. Okay. Gail Rose. Will I have a successful surgery for my hyper thyroid with the surgeon I am now seeing? All right, Gail, first thing I want to do is bring out Archangel Raphael. For Gail and her upcoming surgery. Forgiveness heals. I don't know if that has to do with anything, but let's read it. Dear God and Archangel Raphael, I am willing to forgive myself and others in exchange for what I really want: peace and health. Peace and health. All right. With that in mind, I'm bringing out the I forget what it's called. Luminous Tarot for Gail and her upcoming surgery. Usually I don't do medical questions, but I kind of get what you're asking, Gail, so I'm willing to do this one, but normally I don't do them just because we have the Six of Pentacles, we have the Ten of Swords. Now don't get worried, because I feel like a Ten of Swords is what you've been dealing with. Whoa. The Empress, the Eight of Wands, the King of Swords, and then the Five of Pentacles. Okay, I'm going to take one right over that, the Strength card. Okay, first of all, the Empress is showing. To me, that means that you're whole. You know what I mean? Like you're whole again. I feel like the Ten of Swords is what you've been dealing with. And I don't know. I don't know if you saw like a few different doctors, like looking for the right doctor, but I do feel like you found the right doctor. And I do feel like it's going to help, maybe greatly. Eight of Wands, I want you to, it's not that I want you to, but keep your intentions positive. In the Five of Pentacles, I feel like this is just you healing. But then the Strength card tells me you do heal, that you will heal over that. So I feel like the Empress is just going in for surgery. And I feel like, you know, there's going to be a period of time of healing. I definitely feel like you do. And, you know, I feel like what you've been dealing with, I feel like ultimately comes to an end. So I feel good about it. Now, I do feel, even though we don't have the Four of Swords out, I do feel like, yes, there's going to be this period of time of healing. However, I also want to say to you, I feel like while you're healing, you may receive some epiphanies, some new ideas, like I would say, like, you know, I don't know that you have to be like in bed, but I would keep a notebook by you, because I have a feeling you're going to receive some epiphanies after the fact while you're healing. I don't know what that means for you, but I guess we'll find out when the time comes. But I do feel like you found the right person. I feel like he's going to end the suffering, so to speak, and put you back on what I feel is even footing, if that makes sense. 2 eights. I don't know when you're having the surgery done, Gail. But I'm just wondering if it's, you know, like, I don't want to even put anything out there, but, you know, I'm just noticing 8. So I feel like if you're having it in 2024, I just feel like there's nothing to worry about now. I don't feel like this is anything easy. However, I do feel like you will, I feel like you have the right surgeon. But beyond that, I feel like you're also, like, during that healing period, I feel like you're going to see signs and receive epiphanies. And I feel like you can do whatever you want with them. Okay. You know, I'm saying you can do whatever you want with them. But it'll probably serve you to, in some way, put them to use. Maybe you're keeping a journal of your own recovery. Good luck, my dear. I definitely be praying for you, but I do feel good about it. Diane, he loves his sister. Oh, I know he loves his sister. No, he's not ashamed. Every commercial you get booted, Maria. Me too. And I apologize for that. Maria, pick me, pick me. Did you ask a question? Let me just read back real quick. If I'm missing anyone, please, you know, don't get mad at me. I apologize. It's just there's a lot on my side here. And every time it goes to an ad, it takes me back to the beginning again. So, all right. Oh, I was looking for Maria. And actually what I want to do is click out and then click back in. Ash, I did answer your question. It didn't get missed. You probably just didn't hear it. But I did answer it. Oh, thank you, Candy. All right. Where's Maria? Maria. All right, Maria, I'm not seeing any question. So I think what I'm going to do is leave it open. I hope that's okay. Cindy. Oh, thank you, Maria. I just saw your donation. Thank you so much. So any guidance? Any guidance? Okay. Guidance for Maria. Maria. All of a sudden, I'm thinking of West Side Story. Maria, Maria, I love you, Maria. You know, I thought my middle name was Maria. Until I sent away from my birth certificate and realized I don't even have a middle name. But my parents always called me Sandra Maria. But it is not on my birth certificate. All right, Maria. I'm used to Psychic Tarot, Maria. And any guidance for Maria? Any guidance? Maria. All right, we have the Tower. It is in reverse, though. Disruption. Look at that. And then the Chariot. Two major arcanas, by the way. I have a feeling that something happened in 2023 that may have 2023. We're in 2023. Excuse me. I have a feeling something may have happened, some type of disruption this year. But then it's met by the Chariot, which is the number 7. And by the way, 2023 is being represented by the Chariot. And the Chariot represents unlimited potential. But then it's met by discontentment and boredom. Why? It's almost like something was taken away. Positive movement forward. Look at that. It's like up and down and up and down. 4 to the 8. First of all, I want to say, I do feel like there was a tower. And I do feel like it caused some disruption in your life. However, because it's in reverse, I feel like it's saying this tower energy, we should clear it. And we should move on from it. Because then you have the Chariot, which is movement. And it's about balance. Balance within. You know, it's us balancing ourselves, our masculine and our feminine, our light and our dark. And then it's unlimited potential. Like, you know, the only limit that's on the Chariot is the one that our human mind puts on it. So I feel like there's some type of change coming for you. It's positive. It's a positive movement. It's moving you out of what feels like discontentment. And again, I want to remind you in the 4 of Cups, someone is receiving a cup and they're being asked to use their spiritual discernment, something we have to learn. You know, or trust, let's say. I don't know, we have to learn it. We have to learn to trust it. It's like your intuition. So I feel like there is a cup that's being offered. I do feel like you're saying yes. Because you know, as soon as that cup comes in, I feel like if you're grabbing it, then it's giving us positive movement forward. Seven of Cups, choose wisely. Under the reversal of the Tower, emotional withdrawal. 7, 8. 7, 8. 78 may mean something to you. Look at this, fulfillment of wishes. 7, 8, 9 of cups, all in a row. Have to, there's something coming your way. It does feel like it's of emotional nature. The ball is put in your court. So you're the one has to make the decision of yay or nay. Damn it, I went to commercial again. But I feel like you're saying yay, because ultimately then you end up in the 9 of Cups, inner harmony. But it's also a fulfillment of wishes here. And then we have stand your ground. Interesting. 2 sevens mirroring each other. Oh, I just put my whole screen down. 2 sevens mirroring each other. But look at this. The 7 of Cups. Choose wisely. So I choose a cup. 8 of Cups. 8 of Cups talks about dealing within our emotional house, right? Having clarity within our emotional house. I love this image because I feel like this person is sitting like at the water's edge. And, as the tides go out, I'm allowing my worries to go out with the tides. As the tide comes in, it's washing loving waters upon me. Because then I feel like then you go into the 9 of Cups, which is inner harmony. So I feel like taking this time out, this moment for reflection within your emotional house, I feel like would serve you well. Maybe you're fearing that, you're fearing that another tower will come in, type of energy. Yet I feel like this tower, whatever it may be, it doesn't feel like it held the power that it potentially could have. It's almost like your guides went in and took half of the weight of it away. I just want to look at the tower. The Lovers. Partnerships and alliances. Interesting. This could talk about love that once was. And maybe did suffer a tower, but again, the tower just doesn't have the power, didn't hold the power that maybe somebody sent. Maybe the universe, because if the universe sent it, it would have had power. So I feel like this is talking about you ultimately. First of all, yes, we do have to find inner harmony. And when we have inner harmony, we ourselves are better lovers. And when we're better lovers, then they're going to be better lovers, right? And I'm not talking sexual. I'm talking, that can be part of it. But I feel like, when we find ourselves, it's very hard for anyone to knock us off our foundation. It'd be very hard. So I don't know. There may be love coming in for you, or if this is existing love, or someone of the past where maybe you potentially had a tower, it may be showing again. But I feel like if it's showing again, first of all, the Lovers, head over heart decision. 7 of Cups, choose wisely. But then partnership and alliances. Let go. Let the tides wash away your worry. And let the high tide bring in your wishes. Go with the flow. Go with the flow. All right, one more. New beginnings. Look at that, the Fool. So what this says is, now, let's say this is someone coming back, right? And that happens all the time. I mean, it is my life. It's the life I'm living right now, but a new beginning, right? So if this is anybody of the past, this would mean that harmony, or is that the word? That we must have come to an understanding, or whatever may have caused that tower, that healing has happened. Again, I do not feel like that tower had the power that maybe one thought it would have. But I feel like something's beginning again, and you're being asked to take on the Fool's energy, which just means I'm going to let go of the past. Doesn't mean I'm letting go of all the people and all the. I'm gonna, I had those experiences, but I'm gonna extract the wisdom from them, and then I'm gonna start on this new journey. So you're starting on this new journey, and by the way, first of all, inner harmony, but also fulfillment of wishes. Okay, I'm gonna let that be. I don't see the tower very often in reverse at my table. I just don't. That's exactly it, Maria. The tower never holds power over me. I am Leo. I am a Leo. Your insurance is trying to send you to a different doctor. Surgery once before, and now it's imperative to have a skilled surgeon. I'll take your advice and have a journal beside me as I heal. That's good. And I'm just going to say, let's all say a prayer, those who pray, to God, that those who need healing, and I'm thinking of Gail right now, that she goes into this operation and comes out. What do I want to say? Healed. And that the healing period, well, first of all, it's like I don't want to rush it because I feel like that healing period is going to mean something to you. But let's all pray that she has the best surgery possible. Okay. I'm going to slide back up again, guys. All right. So I got Gail. I'm trying so hard not to miss anyone. Hi, Christina. Another Christine. Gail, I don't even feel like you need to reframe your question because I feel like it's already positive. I feel like that's what it was showing, that it is positive. Christine, I am doing private care for a friend's mom, hospice. Does Spirit have a message for me with care, etc.? Okay, so Christine Schwenders. No. I'm so bad with names. Swanker. Okay. All right. So you're doing private care for a friend's mom. Does Spirit have any message for you with care and etc.? So any messages? I'm going to use the Universal Tarot. Here's the Fool. What I'm picking up right away, Christine, is because you're you're working in a hospice because you are a caregiver. You know, I feel like be careful not to take on the heaviness of the job. Like, don't take on the heaviness of the job because, you know, truth be true, truth be told, you know, my mom was in hospice, and step by step, they told me what was going to happen, and I swear, step by step, it's what happened. And they helped us as a family to survive what could have been, you know, felt unsurvivable, if that makes sense. So I feel like this is definitely saying, you know, it's like the universe is giving you a thank you, but also saying at the same time, know that you're not meant to carry any heaviness. Almost like you're off to the next person. We have the Three of Pentacles. You know, Christine, I feel like this is saying you're a natural healer because what you do is unique to you. Now, when I say unique to you, and I know I say this all the time, those who follow me are probably sick of me saying the same things, but a million other people, and there are millions of other people who are healers, but you are a natural healer. And I feel people look up to you because of that, not because you're a natural healer, because of who you are, because of who you are and your energy. We have the Knight of Swords and then the Three of Wands. Interesting, 2 3s, 33. I feel like this, you know, let me put it this way. I feel like your friends, I don't know if you said mother. Yeah, you said mom. I do. I feel like we both know that eventually she's going to leave this world. And that's okay because she's going to a better place. You know, I say better place, but, you know, where there is healing. Let's just put it that way. Because I feel like here you are off to the next adventure. Just as it should be. I feel like this is saying, don't put a lot of expectations on like how your future has to look, because I feel like this is very guided type energy. Like I almost feel like you're just guided to the next place, the next person, the next whatever it is you're going to be doing. Let's keep going though. Whoa. Okay, well, we can't take all these cards, but we are going to take the Star. It's in the upright. Your hopes, your dreams, your wishes, under the Fool. Where do you want to go? Where do you want to go? And then we have the Five of Swords. Interesting. I know the one thing you don't want is toxicity. I know the one thing you don't want is to be around toxic type people. I feel like you help heal that energy though at the same time. Like this, like I don't get pulled into it. Instead, I help heal it. Again, maybe you don't even have to open your mouth because I feel like it's just an energy you have. I feel like, you know, there's a potential of you going to different places, like, but I mean it almost like as an adventure. There's definitely a change coming. And then the Fool. Look at this, the Four of Wands. Well, that's the marriage card. That's a commitment card. You may be hearing some type of communication coming your way of someone who, I guess, ultimately would want to make a commitment. Now, Does that have to be love? Well, they do call it the marriage card. But again, I feel like this would only be if that would only be if that is what you wish, because I feel like this is about what does Christine wish. Well, hello, Ace of Cups. Okay, well, what can I do, right? The Ace of Cups right next to the Four of Wands. That is the, I mean, it's, what it says to me is like you're getting married. What it says to me is ultimately, if you take on the energy of that Three of Wands, where I feel like you're starting this new adventure as the Fool would, right? New adventure. The Fool says, I'm ready to take a leap of faith. Your dreams are right below the Fool. So wherever you're heading, it is part of something you're dreaming about. And what's mirroring that? The Ace of Cups. The Ace of Cups. Stay positive as it relates to love in all aspects of love. But ultimately, I feel like you're making a commitment. With that Tower. Okay, these are the same cards as someone else that I just did. So I just want to look. I want to look at a couple things. I want to look at that Five of Swords. It's the only energy here that would carry a negative tone. But this is about other people, their toxicity, not yours. So I feel like, but I feel like this is you leaving it. It may be what you deal with, like there could be fighting in a house, like of someone that you're caring for. Don't get pulled into it. That's it. Look at this, the Ten of Cups. Come on. The Ten of Pentacles. Damn. And the Nine of Swords. The Ten of Cups. The House of Harmony. The Ten of Pentacles. The House of Abundance. But then the dang Nine of Swords. Again, it's just our human mind. Where did it fall under? That Ace of Cups. So I feel like your message would be not to allow this Nine of Swords in any way to affect your present or future, because your future looks very, very bright. Now, it is up to you, because, I feel like it all begins with you taking on this Fool's energy, or what's mirroring it, the Three of Wands, taking this optimistic view as it relates to love, but not just love, money. Man, I feel like you have a lot to look forward to. Get rid of that Nine of Swords, unnecessary worry. It's got to deal with your past. And even if it's talking about someone of the past, it wouldn't be the same energy, because if it's the same energy, then the Fool's not going to take a chance. But it cannot, because look at this, the Ten of Cups, the Ten of Pentacles, the Marriage card, and the Ace of Cups with the Star. Holy cow. I would say get excited about your future, whatever they may mean. Get excited about your future. Get excited about your present. Don't forget, we start our seeds in the present moment. Whew. Okay. GR, did I do your reading? I don't know, my dear. I don't see. If I see your question, I'll know if I did it. Ah, stupid ad. Damn it. Thank you, Maria. And thank you for thinking of Gail. I'm looking for what's going on? Are they putting an ad like every 2 seconds? Please, everyone, have patience. I'm just trying to be fair here. GR, I am not seeing anything. I just don't see it. If you don't mind, just ask it again, GR. All right, I'm going to keep moving. Hi, Multi JI. I'm going to do your reading next. You're very welcome, Peggy. Have a wonderful Christmas yourself. Diane, that's exactly what I feel you're getting is true love. And I love you, Steve. Hi, Michelle. All right, so I'm going to do Multi JI, and then I'm going to do Michelle, because I don't see anything before that. I hope I'm not missing anything. But Multi, let's do you first. Any messages from your guides? And by the way, guys, if there's a certain deck that you prefer, just shout out and let me know. Even if you don't know the name of them, you can just be like, you know that one over there on the right. But this is for Multi JI. Any messages for Multi from our beautiful spirit guides? I keep saying I'm not going to shuffle and do all this, and then I do it anyway. Like a lot of this stuff I'm not even thinking about. Okay. Any messages from Multi? King of Pentacles. Could be a Virgo, Taurus, Capricorn. Four of Wands. What the heck? Marriage card. And then another king. King Cups. Can be a... Look at the people. King Cups can be a Cancer, Scorpio, or Pisces. But if you follow me, you know that beyond that, I don't even think of them as signs. And then the Queen of Swords can be Gemini, Libra, Aquarius. Interesting with all these people. It's almost like here you sit between these two kings. King Cups is looking back at you. King Pentacles is looking at me. Somebody wants to make a commitment here. Whoa. Okay, that one's flying. Oh. Hello, Star. Maybe this king's dream is to make a commitment with you. Card of Aquarius, by the way. Or Aquarius is major arcana. But it's about one's hopes, dreams, and wishes and bringing them into this lifetime. Six of Swords. Five of Wands. It's interesting that Five of Wands on its own came in reverse, different deck. Again. Now, I'm really only taking reversals if they're coming face up. One of these kings feel toxic. One of these kings may live in their ego, where the other does not. Ace of Swords. So it feels like someone's reaching out, communicating. There's some type of communication. It's being met by the star. So your hopes, your dreams, your wishes. So whatever this ace, ace can also mean truth, integrity, all that. Coming under the ace or the Queen of Swords. I feel you're the Queen of Swords. Doesn't matter what your sign is. I just feel you are. And I feel like ultimately, you may be making a decision. Someone may be reaching out. I do feel like there is someone around you who is toxic. And then I feel like someone who's coming in that, I feel like there may be someone around you who's not only toxic, but also like lives in their ego, like it's my way or the highway type of energy. But then I feel this other energy where they are much more loving. Ego is not part of their, like I feel like they think of others before they think of themselves. We have the Moon, card of Pisces, ruler of Cancer. And then we have the Empress. Empress, loving, nurturing, creative, powerful, strong. I feel like what this is saying is, I feel like you've been dealing with one type of energy, and that energy doesn't feel so good. And maybe you're leaving it within that Six of Swords. And I feel like, and then this other energy enters. And I feel like it's night and day. Like if it's people, these two people are night and day. Which I feel is exactly what you need. I feel like don't take on anybody else's, I've been saying this a lot today. Don't take on other people's drama, toxicity. Don't lower your vibration to be with another. Because I feel like this is about an energy that meets you at the Empress's energy, which is very good. I'm just going to take one in between them. Seven of Swords, standing your ground. Stand your ground, but know what's worth fighting for. And sometimes it's better off leaving. Sometimes we need to stand our ground, yes. But sometimes, especially in the Five of Wands, like if I'm standing my ground against someone who, is not going to like apologize or say, you're right, I'm wrong. And I know that, like, I got to just not expect it. And I don't know, not even accept it. But anyways, I don't want to put a negative tone on this because I don't feel negative. I do feel that there is or was someone else who has a negative tone but I don't feel that's you. So it almost feels like, you're being met with someone or, by someone who is of a much higher vibration. Now, again, does it have to be love? It doesn't have to be love. Though we do have the marriage card. But the marriage card to me is a commitment. I'm making a commitment to something or someone. But make sure it's right for you. And you'll know that as the Empress's energy. Trust your intuition. Trust your instinct. Okay. Michelle. Advice on how to reconcile with PJ and I. I don't have Cash App. I do have Vimeo, but I think I deleted it. Yeah, I don't. Anyway. Any advice on PJ and you coming back together? PJ, Michelle, Psychic Tarot. I felt that. I don't know if you're asking for it or your guides are asking for it. Psychic Tarot. PJ and Michelle. What's going on? Are they going to have an opportunity to come back together? We have Justice, called Balance, in this deck. And that's really what Justice means, balance. I feel like Justice is about making one whole again. There are two ones, though. Maybe it's making both of you. Maybe each of you needed to become whole within yourselves to then be the best that you could be. The Nine of Pentacles, Material Harvest. Hello, Love Begins, the Ace of Cups. Firm Foundation. That makes sense to me. Because I feel like, here's what I feel, Michelle. I feel like there's certain things that maybe you wouldn't have done otherwise without PJ or with you being with PJ. Like, I feel like there's just certain, like, if we remember again that we're spiritual beings and that our soul has planted certain seeds that want to manifest in this lifetime, at least that's what we hope. It's going to be up to us because, again, free will and all that. I feel like what you do, like how you make your money, what you do in the world, I feel like that seed is just as important as love for you. And I know what it's talking about. I feel like in the Nine of Pentacles, this is talking about a sense of real independence. This is where I can take care of me. And I don't have to worry about anybody else. And there is nothing worse than being in a relationship where you have to financially depend on another. Now, and then you have the Ace of Cups. I feel like love is not the question. I feel like love, there is just love. I feel like you two love each other. Sorry, guys. I don't know why. I just feel like I have to keep smoking cigarettes. All right, let's keep going now. Emotional loss. So you're missing each other. It's a 5, though. And remember, 5 stands for change. in the Five of Cups, the change, or what it wants us to look at, is our own energy. Like, am I saying, woe is me? And I don't really think that's the case. But it doesn't want us to get stuck in what we feel we have lost, because we never know the potential of what lies ahead. But if we get stuck in the past, then I feel like we're doomed to repeat. Choose wisely. Shadow. The moon. And the magician. The manifester. Michelle, here's what I think. First of all, I feel like there's no question about the love. Whether PJ shows it or not, there's no question. Does that always mean that we're going to end up with that person? No, it doesn't mean that, because everyone has free will. And I feel like in fives, that's part of that. It's freedom. The freedom to choose, right, what it is I want to do. And that's exactly what's happening here. Choose wisely. And then shadow. You know, I feel like what this is saying is maybe each of you, because I feel like you mirror each other. So maybe each of you had to really know yourselves, like the shadow part of yourself, you know, that dark, you know, that's where the Nine of Swords comes from. That's where the Ten of Swords comes from. And then the light side, that is where the sun comes from. You know, it's knowing oneself, the good, the bad, the ugly. And accepting, but also balancing. Michelle, what was your question? Oh, will you come back together? I mean, it's asking you to choose. We have the Ace of Swords. I'm sorry, the Ace of Wands. Passion ignited. We have the Hermit. You know, and that's exactly what I was talking about when I said really knowing oneself. Sometimes we, like when we go through that dark night of the soul, and the dark night of the soul to me just means anything that was very difficult, where I had to save myself. I had to be the hero of my story. I'm seeking the light, and in the Hermit's energy, what I ultimately figure out is I am the light. I am the light. And the Three of Swords. So, do I feel you'll come back together? You know, it's not giving us like clear evidence of, yes, this can come back together. But what it is showing us is the journey that you've been on, probably both of you. Because again, if I don't know, or let's just say both of us, because I'm looking at that 11, 2 1s, like if individually, because I feel like it has to be done, like PJ has to do it, you have to do it. Individual, and I feel like you've done it, but individually looking at all aspects of oneself. You know, I want to know how I am in love. Am I a good lover? Do I expect someone else to love me, but then I'm not the greatest lover back? You know what I mean? So it's looking at all of those aspects. But then you have the Magician here, the Manifester, and Passion ignited. So this is what I feel like, Michelle. I feel like, and then love begins. Let's not forget about that. Love begins. So I feel like first and foremost, don't regret, because I feel like everything you've been through with purpose. And it was only to teach you to become the best you that you could possibly be. And don't shoot for perfection because we're all imperfect. And I feel like each of you had to travel this path. I feel like each of you are old souls. So I can find this, I can figure this out. So I feel like ultimately that's what it's saying. Like when each comes to that balance, let's say, then I feel like the opportunity of this coming back together looks very good. Listen, I feel like you both love each other, whether it's said or unsaid. I feel like it just is. It just is. The rest of it, I can't make someone do what they don't want to. Like, if someone's not willing to go deep within themselves, there's nothing I can do about that. But I kind of feel that the two of you had this soul plan anyway. And I do feel, again, that you had, it wasn't just about love for you, and probably not for PJ either. Like what you do is just as important as having love. And maybe that's the balance. Maybe that is the balance. Okay. I wish I could give you like 100% yes, but I feel like the chances are very good. But in the same breath, I want to be real, right? Like if someone doesn't deal with certain situations that I can't make them, that's their free will. But other than that, I mean, hello, love begins. Okay. Teresa, I'm coming to you next. Somerville. First, Joe, I want to read your comments. It's funny, Sandy, when you say what's done in the dark, etc., will come to the light. Actions really do show you. I'm so glad I was able to see the madness. Now I don't care for any of it. I was initially angry. That's probably why you hit the 5 swords in reverse, until I realized there was no way for me to fight back because he had covered himself / work so well. Deceit on a level that you hope backfires. So in a way, you had your own answer. You did, and that's the thing. I feel like, through these readings, like ask yourself, like, do you, just, how do I say this? Like, is that what your intuition was also telling you? All right, Teresa. When I asked about my ex contacting me above, and does he want to get together? We were just dating, and he is a Taurus. Taurus. I'm just going to look real quick to see if I can see your other question too, Teresa. Teresa. I know some people come on and do live readings and they're so fast and they're right on to the next person. And I'm just not one of those people. I don't see anything else, Teresa. All right, but I'm just going to go by this one then. Okay, Teresa. When you asked about your ex contacting you above, and does he want to get together? We were just dating. And he is a Taurus. Oh, stupid commercials. All right. Dang it. Teresa, where'd you go? Teresa. There you are. All right. So, Teresa. I didn't see your former question, but I feel like you want to know if your ex is going to contact you. And does he want to get together? You were dating, and he's a Taurus. Taurus men. Taurus men can be very, very, very loyal, but they are a hard nut to crack, much like Virgo. But once you crack that nut, and if they're living in their light, then I feel like they're yours forever. All right, so Teresa and her Taurus. Is he gonna contact her? All right, so if we start off, how interesting with Taurus is Major Arcana, the Hierophant, and then the Sun. I would freak out a little bit if you're a Leo. It's a Leo's ruler. But first of all, hello, Taurus. And then the Sun. Mental conflict. 2 swords. By the way, I want you guys to know that when I'm reading for someone, I don't really look at the comments because I really want to concentrate on the reading. Hello, Magician. I feel like I have a feeling that Taurus goes back and forth over this. It's interesting how I also said that if a Taurus is coming from his light, and then what comes out, actually the word light. Discontentment and boredom. I don't know if I told you, I'm using Psychic Tarot. Authority. 2 4s back to back. Temptation. Capricorn. And the Tower. Interesting. Okay, so I don't feel like the Tower is anything that's new. I feel like the Tower already happened. You know, it's interesting, Teresa, because I would say that, you know, Taurus, when he, let's just say, thinks about you, I feel like it's good thoughts. Though I feel like Taurus is conflicted. I definitely feel he's conflicted. I have a feeling that Taurus is concentrating a lot on finances. I do feel like Taurus wants to change in their life. And I do feel like they have the ability to manifest it. They just have to know it, trust it. Just looking at 4 4 15, 16. I'm going to go right in between all of that, and there's the Empress. Loving, nurturing, caring. That's what Mother Mary said. We need to be caring. 1, 2, 3, 4. Progression. You know, this is what I'm feeling, Teresa. I'm feeling that when Taurus thinks of you, they think of you in a good way. Now, here's where I feel the conflict. I don't even know the conflict is about you. I feel like it's more about something that Taurus wants to accomplish in their life. And it's, you know, it's somewhat reminding me of Michelle's reading, like, you know, the importance of all of that. But I feel like I need to read your question one more time. Does he want to get together? You know, I feel like, listen, I feel like Taurus has suffered some towers in Taurus's life. And I feel like that those towers have slowed Taurus down from making decisions. I don't feel like it's stopped it, but it's definitely slowed Taurus down. I feel like when Taurus thinks of you, thinks of someone who is very loving and nurturing, and I feel like that's important. It is important to a Taurus. I know that. But also that someone be, you know, as much as I feel like this Taurus here is thinking about their finances, let's just say, I feel like they also want that in a partner, if that makes sense. Now, I'm not saying that your finances aren't fine. I want to go one more, the universe. Interesting. So, and the universe adds up to 3, and that is a reason to celebrate. And by the way, 3, 3, 33. So, you know, this one's a little bit of a mixed bag here. You know, is there potential? There's definitely potential here. Does that mean that Taurus will reach out? I don't know. Because again, I feel like Taurus is in a little bit of conflict over this. I don't know if maybe you should reach out. Let's take one more, just saying that, the 9 of Swords. You know why I'm saying that? Because I feel like, not that I would call Taurus and be like, listen, I need you to make a decision. Are we going to be together or what? But maybe just like, hey, I was just thinking about you. Like, what are you up to? What's new? That type of thing, just opening up a conversation. Because, listen, Taurus people, especially men, can really pull back on doing things that they want to do, especially as it relates to love, not in their finances. So I cannot tell you 100% that Taurus is going to reach out. Though I do feel like, again, if I could just let go of the fear, I would. So I get this feeling that your guide is saying, but you can reach out. You know what I mean? Because listen, if you reach out and then Taurus is like rude with you or ignorant or in some way you can feel he didn't even want to take your call, then there's your answer. And, you know, I'd rather know the truth than waste my time. In the 9 of Swords, I can waste a lot of time wondering and worrying. So I would say give it, I don't know, maybe 3 weeks. And if you don't hear anything, reach out. I feel like that's what your guides are saying. And don't reach out with anxiety, though I know that would still, of course, we're going to be a little anxious. And I feel like don't even put expectations, just like, hey, you know, what you been up to? I've been thinking about you. and see where that goes and see how it feels. And that's if you're not communicated to first. But I feel like give it 3 weeks. I don't know why I feel 3 weeks, but I do feel that. Okay. But I do feel like you are on their mind. Okay, I'm going to click out of this and go back because I feel like I miss a lot of messages when I don't. Okay. Yep, here's a bunch of messages. I'm sorry, guys. I didn't even see before. All right, who did I just do? I did Teresa. Hope that helped, Teresa. Hi, Evan. No, it doesn't have to be a donation. I just wanted to let everybody know that I'm going to go in between, back and forth, so I'm going to try to do some free ones. But yes, if those who donate, I feel like I have to kind of make sure I get theirs too. Ash, I know I already answered that question, so I know okay. GR, here's your question. Oh no, it's not your question. You're cooking. Hope you're cooking something good. Hi, Chili Mama. You're welcome, Maria. All right, I'm gonna do Haley, and then I'm gonna go back to Shreeman Butt. All right, but first I'm gonna do Haley. Guidance in love and life. Guidance in love and life. I'm gonna use the Troy Dreams, Haley. I'm probably going to be on for about another half an hour. And I'm saying that, I said I was going to not put a limit on my time. However, Sam is making us he's making stuffed chicken breast, and I can smell it. So it's got to be close to being done. He's a great cook. I was lucky because I don't love to cook. All right, but anyway, Haley. Hello, Ace of Pentacles. We'll take it all day long. Something's coming into your physical world. Ace of Pentacles, it's a great omen being your very first card. I feel like it's coming because you deserve it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't feel like this is just it may feel like a miracle, but it's not a miracle. It's because of efforts that you've put in. It's like your spiritual muscles that are holding up this ace. So get excited for that. Death card. Now, card Scorpio, first of all. But I feel like it's really talking about this ace is going to allow something new open up for you. So I feel like the death card is saying that, this ace is allowing one door to close so that something new can open. Queen of Swords. Three of Pentacles could be in your creative house. King of Wands, Leo, Aries, Sagittarius, doesn't have to be. King of Action, inspiration. Your cards are taking their good old time. Well, as soon as I said that, now they're all coming out. King of Swords, who is matching the Queen of Swords. Similar energy. Look at this, Six of Cups. My dear, someone may be coming back into your life. You know, it's almost like one, you know, I'm just going to tell you what I feel. It's almost like one relationship's ending, but then another one's beginning. Now, it doesn't have to be a relationship. Oh, card went flying, excuse me. Ten of Wands. So I want that to end. Ten of Wands is mirroring this King of Wands. You might have, like, you know, okay, this could be talking about where you might have not the ability, you might have the tendency to put, like, the majority of responsibility, not just in love, but just in life period, on your shoulders. Like, you know, like where you tend to carry the majority of the weight. I feel like you don't want to do that anymore. Because it feels like something has become too much. Now, this Ten of Wands is mirroring the King of Wands over here. So I don't know if it's him. Let's take a couple more. But I feel like they're ultimately, listen, I feel like this Ace is a couple different things for you. It may talk about, again, like some type of relationship ending, so a new one begins because a new one wants to begin, let's say. Now, it doesn't have to be love. It could be something that's like within your creative house. It might give you an opportunity to do something you've been hoping to do. Seven of Wands, stand your ground. But can be defending off attacks also. And that may be why the Ten of Wands is here. It's like, I'm tired of that. Tired of it. Damn it. I'm tired of it. Ace of Cups. Okay. The Hangman. And then the Four of Cups. So, this is what I'm feeling. Okay, so I feel like there's one energy that wants to go. I'm not saying it wants to go. I feel like it's time for it to go. Why? Because for some reason, you're taking on the majority of the responsibility. And it may be something that you need to look at, because maybe that's just what I do. You know, it's funny because Sam and I had a conversation yesterday, and we're both Virgos. And I said, you know, I really had to learn to delegate, because I really felt like, you know, no one's going to do the job the way that I truly want it done. So I might as well just do it myself. Well, then I'm overloaded, right? So I'm saying that because I feel like you feel overloaded. So I do feel like something's ending. I feel like the Ace of Cups is coming in. The Ace of Pentacles is coming in. The Hangman is like in its due time. And then this Four of Cups over here, it's all about your spiritual discernment. You know, this person's receiving a cup. You can see it. They're receiving a cup. This is what I keep talking about. Well, here is that cup. So not only is it saying that the potential of this cup coming in, but it's actually showing that cup. Use your, you know, this is about using your spiritual discernment. And, you know, I feel like, you know, I feel like you've been waiting for change. You've been waiting for, like, I feel new adventures type of energy. And I feel like that's exactly what you're finding. You know, let's put it this way. For 2024, your very first card is the Ace of Pentacles. And you can do whatever you want with that ace. You can grow it to like the most bountiful harvest that there is, or I can ignore it. And then the Ace of Cups. So whether that means actual love or a love of what you do, either or, it's good. I feel like the time of you putting all the responsibilities on your shoulders, I think it's time for that to come to an end. You know, if those who don't, those, you know, for those whose responsibility you're carrying, they don't appreciate it, well, then let them carry their own. But I feel like you have some new things coming in, and they kind of feel life-changing. But again, it's up to you. You make the final decision. Okay, I'm going to let that be. People are like, you're missing me, you're missing me. I'm trying not to. Angel Heart Oracle. Ascension Angel Heart Oracle. Can you give me a message from Spirit regarding my soulmate / twin flame? All right. Michelle, I did yours. I hope you know, if you didn't see it, I do have chat replay on. So, Angel Heart. I think I'm going to stay with the same deck. So, for Angel Heart, what is going on for her soulmate or twin flame, whichever they may be? What can we know? King of Pentacles. Interesting. And then you have the Hermit. Could certainly signify Virgo. Doesn't have to be, though. The Star. The Chariot. Look at that. 3 major arcanas in a row, my dear. So interesting. I feel like the King is the soulmate. And I feel like both of you are old souls, wise old souls. You know, the Chariot, I feel like what it's saying for the Chariot, you know, we're in the year of the Chariot. I feel like I have to keep saying that until we're no longer in that year. But it represents unlimited potential, right? But first and foremost is balance. Like, you know, I feel like if the Chariot comes in before its time, when we're not balanced, then we're just going to wreck it. It's like trying to drive a car with a flat tire. But ultimately, unlimited potential. The Star, your hopes, your dreams, your wishes. You know, it's interesting because I feel like the potential here, you know, it feels like it definitely feels like your soulmates, like, you know, you're 2 wise old souls. And I also feel like this is not your first life together also. We have the High Priestess, your intuition. We have Justice. Justice could certainly talk about you or your soulmate, or twin flame. Could be connected to another, and if that's the case, then this would represent the cutting of those ties. And to me, that means that, like, if there was love, there's no longer love there. But ultimately, ultimately, justice is about making one whole again. We have the Queen of Wands, Queen of Action. We have the Devil, card of Capricorn. Interesting, so we have Capricorn and Virgo with the King. Hello, Sun. I love seeing the Sun in every reading. 10 of Cups, look at that. And then a 2 of Swords. Okay. So the potential is great. Now, then you add life into it, right? The potential is great. I do feel like some type of balance is needed. I feel like someone is like unbalanced at this moment. And I'm not putting them down. I feel like naturally there's many times through life we got to like rebalance our energy. There's a little bit of a fear factor, but it's interesting because the Sun is the illuminator, and what's right next to it is the 10 of Cups. So I feel like if nothing else, it's showing the potential, but the 2 of Swords would be the blocker. It could block it. What's the 2 of Swords mean? 2 of Swords to me means I have a blindfold on to something I may just not want to face, but it serves me to face it. Temperance, divine timing. You know what I think? Ascension, angel heart. This is divine timing. I feel like let's just say one of you, I feel like, is trying to find a balance within themselves, ultimately within their life. I feel like your person probably needs to cut ties to lower type energy. And I do feel like, they have that realization. They already know that. But then putting the actual action behind that. I feel like if they could just see, like if they just knew, like cutting those ties could open up a brand new world for them, I feel like they would just do that. So I don't feel like this is someone who would, even though they could be very spiritual, I don't feel like this is someone who would claim, like probably, or let me put it a different way, would say, I don't know, like, what am I trying to say? Like, I feel like they wouldn't, like, if I said, are you a spiritual person? They would probably say, well, I mean, I believe in God. What do you mean by that? That's what I'm kind of talking about. So the 2 of Swords seems to be, look at that, the 7 of Cups, making a choice. Something is, and then the Knight of Pentacles. Okay. I feel like the message for you is to, and I know this is easier said than done, but we have to learn to do this. I feel like we can only control what we control. Now, if this is a soulmate or a twin flame, then you want to think about your own energy, because your energy is a big benefactor of what happens here. When we want someone or something in our life, like, anxiety will not bring it. especially if it's a twin flame or a soulmate, because they're going to read that energy. Because remember, if they're a soulmate or a twin flame, and we may not even know this, but telepathically we're picking up on each other's energy. But we can't decipher whether that, let's say I'm sending out the Nine of Swords to the universe or the Two of Swords. Well, they can't decipher that, okay, well, that means my twin is in a fearful state. No, to them, it just feels like anxious. Like, why am I anxious over this person? So I have to think about my own energy and what I'm sending out into the universe. Everything is possible. There is nothing that's impossible. Everything is possible. And then you have the Knight of Pentacles as the last card coming into your spread. Wow. Knight of Pentacles, I feel like is guardian angel energy. And this knight is meant to bring in a pentacle. And this pentacle is meant to change your world. It's meant to enhance your world. And with that enhancement, I feel like changes just naturally happen. So I just feel like simply there is some type of imbalance right now. And I kind of feel like it's probably on the other side, but it could be you too. And because I feel like until that balance is, because temperance feels like she's saying, you know what you cannot control, don't try to control, it won't serve you. And it could be, it's a vibration you send out that can be read in the wrong way, and vice versa. And I'm not just saying that to you, I just mean that in general. Like, that's what our guides tell us. So I feel like in divine timing, but until divine timing happens, no blindfolds, be truthful with yourself. You know what I mean? Like, think about what you're doing today, the seeds that you're planting today, the energy that you're sending out, because that's the energy that's going to meet you. So I feel like there's love. I feel like there's soul love. Like, this is a love that's just not this lifetime. But now we are in life, right? So all the things of life our souls have to deal with. And I feel like that's what's happening. I feel like balance. And then ultimately, I feel like, listen, if this is meant to be, then I feel like it's going to be, but it's going to be in the right time. And that's what the Knight of Pentacles says too. I come in the right time, not before and not after. And the right time means, to me, in this reading, is when true balance is found. That is the right timing. Okay, I'm going to let that be. All right, guys, I'm only going to do a few more. I know. But I have been on for 3.5 hours. Wow. It just flies. Teresa, you're a Virgo. That makes sense. I feel like I said I was going to go back and do someone else. Hi, Charlie. I'm doing good. I hope you're doing well. Hi, Victoria. Victoria, I haven't seen you in forever. Heidi. All right, so Heidi Cox, by the way. Sandy, can you give me advice of my new home that I bought recently? Will I stay here? Just so you know, I just saw the page of Pentacles and the King of Cups, but I'm just not ready to take cards yet. Though I can't ignore what comes out, the Five of Cups and the Knight of Pentacles. That's good. All right. So for Heidi, all right, Heidi and her new home. Eight of Cups. Did come in reverse though, but we'll leave it the way it is. And then we have the Hierophant. You know, it's interesting because when I look at the Hierophant, I see those keys. That's like the keys to the kingdom. You have an 8 and a 5. That's interesting because 8, new beginning, 5, change. But this could represent you moving into this new home. And if that's the case, then I feel like you must have bought at least, you know, I want to say the house of your dreams, but at least I feel like a house where you feel good within. Hello, Two of Cups. Then 3 Swords. Maybe you left someone, and that's why you bought this new house. 4 Pentacles and the Page. I know I'm like showing it so quick. Page of Wands. I almost feel like you bought, like you're in this new home because of something, you know, some type of heartache that happened. Maybe something ended. Maybe some type of, you know, relationship ended and you're starting anew. You know, but here's the thing. I feel like if that's the case, then something new will open up in that area also, especially sitting next to the Hierophant, because again, I feel like the keys to the kingdom, well, that doesn't just mean the house. But then you have the 4 of Pentacles, and to me, that does speak about the home. 3 of Wands. There I go. Just like quickly showing you. I don't know why I'm doing that. 3 of Swords to the 3 of Wands. What once was heartache is now optimism. Queen of Cups. Okay. This is what I feel. I feel like, first of all, I feel like the reason why you're in the new home is because part of me feels like you needed a new start. Whether I asked for it or the universe said, hey, you need a new start. So therefore, here you are in this new home. I feel like it's very good for you. I feel that I don't see you leaving it. Now, you can if you want. I mean, that's your free will. But it feels good. Like, I feel good energy around it. But here's the thing. I also feel like if you decide you want to leave it, it's interesting because usually it's either one or the other, I feel. But here I'm feeling both. Like, I feel good. But then if I want to leave, I'm okay with that too. Interesting. Why would you leave a home you love? Temperance. Seven of Cups. And I'm going to take one more. King of Pentacles. Temperance is about divine timing. But it is a card about patience. I feel like it's asking you to have patience. I'm not sure why, like, I'm confused why you're asking the question if you have to leave or will you leave? Because I get this feeling of, harmony. Like, I don't want to say like, oh, harmony. Like I'm on my way. I'm on my way to harmony. But I simply feel that this feels like a free will decision. Like I can stay or I can go. One more. Two swords. Look at that. Why? One more. Two of Pentacles. All of these are questions. Your mind is wrapped around these questions. This is what I'm feeling. I'm feeling if you want to stay in that home, then you will stay in that home. I don't feel like you're being forced out of that home. I'm not feeling that. So other than that, I feel like if you decide to leave that home, you're going to be fine also. So it's like whatever you decide. You know what I mean? Because I don't feel like this is about like I was guided to this home. You may have been guided to that home. But then again, I don't know. I just feel like if I decide to leave, there's no black mark for that. I feel like if it's about money, then I feel like you find the money, or the money finds you. But I feel like Temperance is saying, slow down, have patience. And then ultimately, I feel like, once you make a decision, stay with that decision. Because I feel like this turning in your head. But I don't see you leaving unless you want to leave. I don't see you being forced out of it. And I don't, and I don't know why you're not, I feel harmony, but not as much as I could feel. And I feel it has to do with all these questions. So I hope that was a confusing one. Maybe it made complete sense to you, though. I mean, that's what I learned with tarot is like, just because it doesn't make complete sense to me doesn't mean it doesn't make sense to who I'm reading for. There you are, GR. We'll see or contact me in January. You keep asking the same question. I don't feel like you trust. And I don't mean within me. And I hope you don't get mad over that. But let's just ask. We'll see our contact GR in January. I'm going to stay with the Universal Tarot. And again, guys, I'm only doing a couple more. I've been on for 3.5 hours, and Sam's beautiful dinner, I can tell, is just about done. I told him, don't come in, because he has a tendency of which is fine. I have an open door policy. I'm living in his home. But I said during lives, try not to come in. So now I feel bad. He's probably sitting out there where is she? All right. We open with Judgment, your spiritual team, GR. What do they want to tell you? They want you in the present moment, or they're advising you to be in the present moment. Judgment talks about a rebirth, but the signs are sent to you in the present moment. Make sure your intuition is clear. Trust it. I don't know why I just made that. Trust it, because I feel like you're being guided. Hello, lovers. Ace of Wands. King of Swords. I don't know what CR sign is, but doesn't really matter. Look at this. And look at this ace. I don't know if you can see it, but right above the ace is a 1. And you wanted to know if CR would contact you in January. I feel like the chances are very good. I mean, here it is. The Hierophant. 2 of Cups. Look at that. The Lovers and the 2 of Cups. 3 of Swords. It tells me that one time there was heartache. Interesting, though. I add the 2 and the 3, which is a 5, and the Hierophant is a 5. Changes. Well, it looks like yes to me. Like, I don't know how else to read this except to say it looks like yes, because your spiritual team opened up the reading saying there's about to be a rebirth. What did they show? The Lovers. And then the Lovers brings out the Ace of Wands, new growth. I feel like the Hierophant is definitely talking about one's belief system. I've got to believe, and I'm not saying I got to believe the CR is going to contact me in January. That's not what I mean. I mean, I have to believe in divine energy. I got to believe in myself. I got to be willing to heal, right? Because that 3 of Swords is here. Am I able to let that be and let that go and have changes been made? So that wasn't even your question. Question is, do I feel like CR is going to reach on January? Well, everything points in that direction. Okay, guys, I hate to cut you off, but I have got to go. I am so sorry. Oh my gosh, I can see so many people. I'm so sorry, but I have to go. But I do want to let you know that, I'm doing lives more and more and more, and I'm going to try to do them at least twice a week. And so just understand, if your question wasn't answered this time, I'll get you next time. But I also want you to understand, a lot of times your questions are answered through other people's readings. Again, your spirit guides know you're here. So thank you all. All right, I'm just going to do one more reading. I cannot pronounce your name. New subscriber, welcome and thank you. And yes, I will do your reading. How will your finances be from YouTube? All right, let me just read back. 2024. Well, I can tell you this much. 2024 is a great year for all of us in our finances. It's truly the energy. Think of the 8 of Pentacles. The willingness to walk into something as the apprentice, learning as you go. I feel like that's what YouTube is. That's what I do on YouTube. When I first started my channel, I knew very little. But I didn't let that stop me. I just learned as I went along. So, but let's bring out the tarot dreams. I like the tarot dreams for finances. And I'm sorry I can't pronounce your name. I feel terrible. It's like I could pronounce it out. Paradia? I'm sure I'm not even close. All right. How will your finances be from YouTube for 2024? And guys, this is my last reading. Finances 2024 from YouTube. I have to tell you, when I first started on YouTube, it was great. And as the years went by, I was growing and growing and growing. And then YouTube changed. They added in shorts. And that's okay for those who do shorts. It's not that. It's just they keep making all these changes, and it has affected the creators' bottom line greatly. Like making, that's how I make my living. However, it's no longer how I can make my living, because YouTube literally has their hands in every little piece, like super chats. They take like 30%. Here we do the work, they get the benefit, but it's their platform. Anyway, 4 of Pentacles. Look at this, 2 fours back to back. 4 of Wands. 7 of Swords. Interesting. The Magician. 2 of Wands. And the Lovers. Okay, so you're not asking about love, so that would mean this is ahead of a hard decision. Maybe you're making a decision right now. Do I stay with YouTube? Can I be successful with YouTube? Well, you have the Magician here that's mirroring the 4 of Pentacles. The 4 of Pentacles is about your foundation. It's your financial foundation. So I really like the Magician manifesting that. So I feel like, you have a lot of control over that. You have a lot of control. I feel the 7 of Swords. Sorry, YouTube, but I feel like it's them. Because I feel like they take more than they need. And that's the energy of the 7 of Swords, right? Can be untrustworthy energy, but here I feel like, it's like they take more than they need. But that's just the way it is. It's just how it is. We either accept it or we leave it. And the minute a new platform opens that's similar, I'll be leaving it. But anyway, I feel like, again, this is what I'm feeling. I'm feeling as long as you make a commitment to your channel and to the work that you do, I feel like it's going to be received very well. I also feel like, yes. Now listen, if YouTube's taking money, that means you're making money at the same time. I want to just take one more look at that. The Emperor, beautiful. That is the business owner, and that's what you are on YouTube. You own your business, so to speak. This has you standing very strong for 2024. But again, it's due to your own work. Don't forget that. It's due to your own effort. But I feel like you have the ability to really manifest abundance for yourself. And I love that the Emperor is the last card, because, this is the leader of the people. This is someone who is a business owner and can just have true success. So I feel like even if I'm just starting out, believe in yourself, work hard, make a commitment to what you're doing. Know that YouTube's going to take some, but other than that, I feel like ultimately you are standing strong. I feel like this If it's not already, it becomes your business, your baby. So, very, very good. I feel like the only head over heart decision is whether, whether you're going to be successful or not. And I feel like as long as you make a commitment to what you do, I feel like you end up as the emperor. And that's exactly where you want to end up. So that looks fantastic. That looks fantastic. But again, it is your effort. You know what I mean? This is nothing of magic, though. As I say that, I feel like my guides are like, what do you mean no magic? We're all about magic. But I feel like when they say magic, they mean like spreading joy or little epiphanies that turn into like major major works type of thing. So be open. Just be open. And thank you for becoming a subscriber. Welcome. Oh, I don't know what just happened. Okay, guys, I am gonna go. I want to say Merry Christmas to everyone. Happy Christmas Eve. I know not everyone is, celebrating Christmas, so happy holidays. And I'll say Happy New Year's, though I'll see you all before that. Hi, Olive. I'm sorry that I'm leaving just as you're coming. And thank you for being a subscriber. I love you guys. I mean, I really, really do. And I mean it. I really mean it. Like, even new people come in, it's like, I already know your soul. That's how I feel like. I feel like my guides are allowing me the freedom of knowing your souls. And I hope you know mine. So anyways, I'm going to stop talking. I can hear Sam pacing out there. I love you guys. I thank you. Happy holidays. Think about those, through your holidays that are not so blessed, and send out your love. Just send out your love. The first card I pulled was for Mother Mary, and that is for the collective, and it's caring. Heaven cares for me, and I keep my heart open to caring about myself, others, and the world. Perfect card for the holidays. All right. I love you guys. I'll see you next time at our table. And I'll probably go live again. Probably like Tuesday. Well, Monday's Christmas. A lot of people be traveling. So maybe like Wednesday. But definitely leave me your comments, like what times work best for you too. I used to try to like get a time period, but it was hard to get everybody on the same page. So I decided I'm just going to start just going live. It is also because of those donations that allowed me to buy this beautiful new computer. So I again want to thank you for that. It's so nice that I can just go live and not have to worry about it. Okay, though I still worry every time. I love you. Happy holidays. I'll see you next time at our table. Bye-bye, guys.